Hello there. How are you guys doing? Hope you had a nice week. Yes, it's an easy mistake to make. Hello. But yes, I'm very confused and I can't read that, so yeah. Anyhow. Uh, I had, well, an interesting couple of days, so yeah. Still need to study quite a bit because, well, end of the semester. Alright. Well, here I am. As I was saying, end of the semester, so uni. So that's been great. And apart from that, yeah, just should probably go to bed on time and then get enough sleep. But it's a work in progress. But yeah, it's been alright. The weather over here has been silly. But I mean, it's not like I need to go outside, so there's that. Alright, I'll just start the game. Because, yeah, seems like it's about time to start the game. Well, the thing is, I was actually doing that. I stayed up late playing Stardew because I'm a very responsible person. Fine. But yeah, new update, which was like a month ago at this point. Doesn't matter, it's new to me. But yeah, I don't need sleep. Why would I need sleep? Thanks for the host. But yeah, if I look a bit more tired or seem a bit more tired, it's because I am. But yeah, it's weirdly warm over here today. I don't know why. Alright. Fine. Can't even check the other part of the room that the ferret just went to. Oh. Well, like, usually it's around 0, and now it's at around, like, 10-ish. Haven't checked the exact temperature in a bit. It might have gotten colder, but yeah, it was quite warm this morning. So, yeah. I have played some Graveyard Keeper, but not nearly as much as Stardew. So. Still don't know what this is. It looks like a drinking fountain, but I haven't been able to do anything with it. Does that open? Oh! Well. Why is she stirring this thing?
Probing around in the vat with the net, you find nothing more than an ordinary dead unicorn, possibly left over from a King's Quest game. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here.
I'm not surprised. Okay.
Ground sloths are very slow creatures. Since the sloths in this vat are dead, they're even slower than usual. However, you quickly come to the conclusion that probing around in this vat with a net is a waste of time. The strong fumes are making you dizzy.
Ah. I probably can't check all of them in one go. It's gonna be fine. I can just go back to the save I started out with today.
The strong fumes are making you very dizzy.
She's gonna fall in there, isn't she? Yep. Whee! There she's preserved too. You're in a heck of a pickle now. Yep. Wrong room. Oopsies. So, who's in there?
Wielding your skimming net with authority, you probe around in the vat, completely ignoring the corpse of a king who keeps getting in the way of your search. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here.
Not sure which character, well, characters are in that vat. Fish, I think? Oh.
Could it be? Yes. It's heavy. It's shiny. It's real gold.
And it's made in Pittsburgh?
It's got a sharp point at one end. It's
Made in Pittsburgh?
the Dagger of Amon.
No. Okay, fine. Fine. Found the actual real one. By accident. So, now what?
Pick it up and place it in your purse.
Alright,
The strong fumes are making you dizzy.
solved it. So... do I just leave the room and try and regain consciousness? What's that? Circle? What?
This curious device is a lasso at the end of a pole, used for the humane capture of snakes in the wild, or wild snakes, or something like that.
Alright.
While this is an
I guess not. So...
you pick it up and place it in your purse.
can I combine it now?
While this is an
No. Well... I mean, what does it actually look like?
Feels like a snake lasso.
I mean, I'm not aware of snake lassos being a thing at all. To me it looks, kind of like those catching pole thingies. I don't know. So, yeah. Not sure. I'm guessing it might? It's been a while since I had to think about stuff like that. But yeah. It looks like the catching pole they use for all sorts of wild animals, just not snakes that I'm aware of. Because a snake could just get out of it. Like, the tool I'm aware of that looks like this goes around the animal's neck. But with a snake, since their entire body is pretty much the same diameter as their neck, well, or smaller, that wouldn't really work for them. So, I'm not so sure about that. Well, as far as I know, there's like specific metal poles people use to handle snakes if those snakes are dangerous. So if you really, really don't want to get bitten by a snake, you have like metal poles for that. So, anyways, and well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I've been using that technique for quite a while. Would totally recommend. So, there are lots of different traps around here. Things to follow. I'm guessing... Is that one meant for the ferret? Because I hadn't heard of rats being around here. So...
It's too far away for you to get a good look at it, but it's definitely cheese, and it definitely stinks.
Huh. Okay. Well, I didn't get shot this time. Can I take the cheese now?
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Genius.
The intercom crackles and you hear...
Wolfie, it's Olympia. If you can hear me, meet me in the armor room at 2 o'clock. You promised to show me your private scars, remember? See you there, wolf cakes.
Wolf cakes. Well. Nice.
You have already disarmed the trap and taken the cheese, so quit fooling around with it.
But maybe I want the trap. So, is she going to die if I try and look into the other vats now? Is that enough time? I'm hoping it was.
They're small, cute, furry, and dead. They're lemmings. The group in this vat seems to have committed mass suicide by drowning themselves in alcohol. Such are the dangers of drinking and driving. Oh, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here.
Drinking and driving. How were they driving? Just a tiny bit concerned. Is that a bear? What is that?
There's a dead hippo.
Oh, hippo. Fine.
He's not happy.
Same thing.
Rather than poking around his body with a net, you should probably just let him rest in peace. The strong fumes are making you dizzy.
Okay. So, leaving the room. Walking back into the room. Oh!
Fräulein Boll, this laboratory is dangerous and verboten to the public. You will leave now.
That's the wrong word, but okay. Can I talk to him? Oh, I can. Wow, that's new. So, what about Pippin?
He did not care for the museum. He wished he could keep his finds, but they belong to the Linedecker. And we intend to keep them. Do you understand me?
Okay.
I will not warn you again, Fräulein. Leave this laboratory immediately.
Like, he used the word forbidden instead of off limits, or, well, like, restricted area. Like, this area is forbidden. Doesn't really make sense.
Fräulein Bo, this laboratory
So,
is
this
dangerous
word.
and verboten to the public. You will leave now.
So, yeah. Just basic German tips. Because this is apparently a German studying stream to some extent. So, anyways. I just like to correct grammar when they mess it up like that. Fair enough. It's forbidden to the public. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
He was a good man, and I will miss him. When I find the coward who stuck him on the porcupine, they will wish they had never been born.
Okay.
I will not warn you again, Fräulein. Leave this laboratory immediately.
So... There he is. I'm just taking notes on his opinions of other people, so... One of the languages. There are several.
The room feels remarkably well preserved. Must be all the alcohol.
So, what about this vat? Have I checked that one?
Probing around among the floating rat corpses with your net, you were startled to find many more floating rat corpses. Oh well. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here.
Nice.
When you've seen one dead ostrich floating in a vat of alcohol, you've seen them all. Perhaps there's a lesson in this. Don't bury your head in the sand, but don't bury it in a vat of alcohol either. The strong fumes are making you dizzy.
Well, that's a life lesson. Sierra is so helpful. And he's back.
Fräulein Bo.
So... how about Detective O'Reilly?
He is a bumbling fool who does not care about this museum. I do not need his help. I do not need anyone's help, least of all yours.
Okay. So... what about Ziggy?
That irritating little civilian is better off kaput. He reminded me of a small, yappy dog, always trailing after the good Dr. Carrington. His name sounded German, but I think he was the imposter. I never trusted him, and he was probably an art thief anyway.
Wait,
I will not warn you again,
his name
Fräulein.
sounded
Leave
German.
this laboratory immediately.
Ziggy. Ziggy. What would be... like... It's not a German abbreviation. No, it doesn't feel very accurate to me. But, well. But yeah, based on the fact that I'm not extremely annoyed that I have to keep listening to his accent. Well. Yes, I know how to swear. But, well. Yeah, I guess it would be that name, but, like... you would only shorten that to Ziggy in English. Not in German. I don't know what the German abbreviation would be, and to be honest, I've never actually heard of anyone actually having that name. Because it's, well, beyond outdated. But, well. I guess that might have been his first name. Back when he was alive.
Fräulein Boll, this laboratory is dangerous and verboten to the public. You will leave now.
But yeah, I do think it would be Siegfried. Because, well, I can't think of another one. But even that one, as I said, it's kind of unheard of people actually being called that nowadays. So.
Dr. Miklos is a fine woman. She is truly dedicated to the security of the Lion Decker. I will not...
True, it could be. Good point. But once again, really old names. So.
Fräulein Boll, this laboratory is...
So, what about Yvette?
Fräulein Delacroix is a charming young lady. She loves the museum, and she is a work of art herself. I admire women who take good care of their bodies as we military men do.
Well, he does like her. What about Steve?
He works on the docks. He has red hair. He has no scars on his face. I do not trust him. I will not warn you again, Fräulein. Leave this laboratory immediately.
Does not like Steve. I don't think everyone likes her now. Pretty sure there was someone who didn't like her. Like the Countess didn't like her. Don't know if there was anyone else. So. I'm not sure what Olympia's view of Yvette was. Like, I think they at least got along when I saw them talking to each other. So, I don't know.
Fräulein Boll.
I just rarely ever swear at all. Doesn't matter which language it's in. So.
I do not trust her. I do not trust you. I do not trust anyone.
Well.
I will not warn you again, Fräulein. Leave this laboratory immediately.
It is better to know.
Yeah, I never said I don't swear at all.
Bull. This laboratory
Just
is dangerous
very
and
rare.
verboten to the public.
So, what about Ramses?
I do not trust him.
Okay.
I do not know why he's here. I think he is an art thief. They are everywhere.
Everyone's an art thief now. I'm an art thief, you're an art thief, we're an art thief.
He wanted the dagger all along. He probably stole it. I should kill him right now, but I have no evidence. I
Well.
will not warn you again, Fräulein. Leave this laboratory immediately.
But why though?
Fräulein Bohr, this laboratory is dangerous and verboten to the public.
Why would... Just why? Why have a donation goal to get me to swear? It's really weird.
Ernie seems a decent man. He always remembers to lock the doors and windows at night. I like that. The only problem is he keeps losing the keys afterwards.
Okay.
Question.
I will...
Fine. So, can probably still ask him about the other stuff.
Bohr.
It's fine. I'm just walking in and out of this place. So, what about the museum?
I live, breathe, eat, and sleep to defend this museum. It is my father and my child. I love it. Do not touch the exhibits!
Okay. I won't.
I do not read the news. Nothing outside this museum concerns me.
That's a bit intense.
Fräulein Bohr, this laboratory is dangerous and verboten.
So, what about the medallion?
That is an Egyptian symbol, Miss Bohr. Where did you see it? Have you been snooping around the museum? Have you?
Lovely. Still haven't found Olympia. Not sure where she disappeared to, if she's still alive. I hope she is. I mean, I heard her on the intercom twice, saying the same thing. Yeah, that does seem a bit fishy, but especially considering the main intercom unit thing is right next to the corpse of her boss. So she's using that to try and go on a date with, who was it? I think, yeah, with Wolf. So yeah, that is very confusing.
There are many
Yes,
bones in the museum,
Dr.
Miss
Olympia.
Bohr. Ask Dr. Miklos how
No,
they clean
Dr.
the flesh
Miklos.
from them
Fine.
sometime. It is
Dr. Olympia
most
Miklos?
fascinating. I will not.
I just tend to choose part of the person's full name and
Fräulein
just
Bohr.
run with it with these games, because saying everyone's full names and titles just gets annoying. So, the notepad.
I do not care what that English Dummkopf has written on his little notepad. If he had a good German memory, he would remember everything.
Alright, can confirm not a German native speaker, because he couldn't even pronounce that word. At all. So. Yes. It's usually pronounced Dummkopf. And he did not pronounce it like that at all. So, yeah. What about the carbon paper?
I know nothing of carbon paper, Miss Bo, nor do I want to.
Fine.
Fräulein Bo.
What about the snake lasso?
That looks like a snake lasso. Dr. Miklos could tell you for certain. I just use my hands to capture the snakes. They fear me, so they will not bite me.
You've got some interesting priorities when it comes to learning languages.
The dagger is a priceless work of art, and I will get it back. I will get it back. Do you hear me?
Well, I have it.
I will not warn you again, Fräulein. Leave this laboratory immediately. Fräulein Bo.
He's surprisingly patient with her. So. Yeah, definitely. But it's still very much a fake accent based on the words he can't pronounce properly. So. But yeah, I'd say it's not a very strong swear word. So. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, going, you're dumb. It's, well. Uh-huh. What about the burglary?
Mr. Heimlich, how do you suppose the thieves got past you? Wasn't the dagger supposed to be heavily guarded?
Of course it was guarded. I have no idea how they got the dagger. They must have drugged me. They must have hypnotized me. They must have been ghosts.
Mr. Heimlich, are you all right?
That must be it. They were ghosts. I couldn't have possibly missed them. I couldn't have. I couldn't have.
Mr. Heimlich?
Oh, Mutter, I'm sorry I let you down. I'm sorry they got your paintings. Please try to paint again, wherever you are. Please.
I'm sorry if I upset you.
My Mutter, she was so heartbroken when her paintings were stolen from the museum in Germany. It was her first exhibition. She was so happy until...
Perhaps we should change the subject.
Subject? What subject? What are you talking about, you silly girl?
Oh,
Alright
never
then.
mind.
Well, that was interesting.
I will not.
But yeah, once again, another fairly basic German word that he can't seem to pronounce at all. I mean, how many English speakers can't pronounce the word mother or mum? Seems very suspicious when there is a word as basic as that you'd be saying a lot if you grow up in that country, or, well, speaking that language, and you can't even pronounce it. So, yeah. If that guy's an actual German speaker, I'd be very confused about how and where he learned German and what happened since then. Yes, I would have made a great security guard because I can totally do masculine sounding voices. Yeah, can confirm. So, what about this year?
Has 1926 been a good year for you, Mr. Hamlick?
Why do you want to know, Fräulein Bull?
Well, I'm just curious, I guess.
You know what they say, curiosity disembowels a cat.
I don't think that's exactly what they say, Mr. Hamlick.
Okay. Well. No. And that was me declining, not actually doing that. So what about the diary?
Anyone will be conducting the interrogation here. It will be me, not you. I will not.
Alright. And no, I will not.
Fräulein Bull.
What was that? That sounded really weird. I'm not sure if it was audible on stream. Yeah, I don't know. Weird audio issues. So... what does he know about Egyptology?
Do you know anything about Egyptology,
Probably
Mr.
not,
Hamlick?
but...
Only that I am sworn to protect everything in this museum. And I intend to do that. So don't get any funny ideas.
But I have plenty of funny ideas. So what do I do with those now? What about the snake oil?
I do not need snake oil. I do not fear snakes. I do not fear anything. The snakes fear me. I will not
Keep on telling them that. So...
The glass covering the alcove is marked with the words, "For emergency use only."
guessing there's nothing else I need. I've got the cheese. I don't know what to do with it, but I have it. So... Can I go to the other rooms? Oh, he's gone, so I guess I can. So, is that anything interesting? Alcohol vat book.
Current vat contents, Alcoholic Preservation Lab. 1. Koala bears. 2. Turtles. 3. Snakes. 4. Hippo. 5. Ground sloth. 6. Skunks. 7. Loch Ness Monster. 8. Ostrich. 9. Lemmings. 10. Unicorn. 11.
King
Creature
Edward.
from the Black Lagoon.
Whoopsies.
12. Rats. 13. Warthogs. 14. King Edward of Daventry.
Alright then.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't.
Apparently I don't want them up. Or the bucket.
Grrr.
I thought I already did check that one. Haven't I? That's the koala bears, I think?
Probing around among the disgustingly cute, but dead koala bears floating in the vat, you are surprised to find absolutely nothing of any interest. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here.
So, koala bears. So this one, wait, can I actually reach the one all the way in the back? Yes, I can. Those are the skunks.
This vat gives off the
Yes.
delicate aroma of alcohol mixed with skunk, possibly because it's full of
Okay, so koala bears, turtles, snakes, hippo, ground sloth, then skunks, Loch Ness Monster, ostrich, lemmings, unicorn, and creature from the Black Lagoon, rats, warthog, King Outward. So, yes, I have checked bat 14. But I will check the Loch Ness Monster one.
Fraulein Bull.
Well,
This laboratory is
or
dangerous.
not.
Fraulein Bull. This laboratory.
Oh, I'm leaving. It's fine.
Fraulein
Oh,
Bull.
come on. Just go that way instead. What does this say?
The poster outlines basic dissection and preservation techniques. You scan it quickly, just in case you decide to make a change in your career.
Nice.
This trunk is locked.
Oh well.
The canister is clearly empty and too heavy to be moved around. The cabinet is empty. All the equipment is out on the work desk. None of the equipment appears useful to you in your present investigation.
Fine.
Best to leave them alone. You wouldn't want one of them tumbling down upon you and crushing the life out of you.
Wait, what are those?
Shelves line the walls of the lab.
Fine. So, I can't actually
Best to leave them alone.
do anything with the stuff on the shelves.
Fraulein Bull. This laboratory is dangerous and
I don't know. I mean, I'd assume it's not going to be one of the people who've already been killed. Because, I mean, could be that one person killed, like, another person and then got murdered for killing that person and so on. So, like, technically it could be that, I don't know, Ziggy killed, Pippin or whatever his name was. Yeah, Pippin, I think. Yes, Pippin. And then, maybe, Carrington killed Ziggy. But that seems unlikely. And then someone else killed Carrington and is going to get murdered next. Yeah. Anyways, unlikely. So I don't think it's Wolf, because he wouldn't have killed Carrington. The other two, sure, but not Carrington. I guess it could be the detective. I don't know why he'd do it, but it's possible. I'm guessing it's not someone who I haven't seen inside the museum, because that would be very weird. Yeah, I don't think it's Olympia. I mean, she is very obsessed with death, but she doesn't seem that intent on causing it. I don't think it's Yvette. Honestly, I don't think it's her. Because that doesn't seem like her tactic. I'm still suspicious of Steve. As I tend to be. Yeah, for some reason I don't think it's the Countess. It seems too obvious. And I don't think it's Ramses either. I'd say Yvette's tactic would be, yes, that voice. I'd say Yvette's tactic would be blackmail, not murder. So, yeah. Based on how she's been acting around people, blackmail does seem to be a thing she does quite a lot. But murder seems a bit too extreme. I mean, she might help someone else cover up a murder, but I don't think she'd be the one murdering. As I said, she seems like more of a blackmailer. Dr. Smith, once again, just seems too obvious. He basically already said he'd be willing to kill to get the dagger. So, I don't think it's him. And yeah, I don't think it's Ernie either. He just seems like one of the most normal people around here. So, there's that. But I guess that alone is kind of suspicious. Because how would a normal person end up working here? But like, he seemed nice. And that's fairly rare. So, skunks. That one should be the Loch Ness Monster. Yep. There it is. What butler? Is there a butler?
If you believe your eyes, the Loch Ness Monster is in this alcohol vat. Now you know why this museum has such a fine reputation for its collection of alcoholic specimens. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here.
Yes, it was probably the butler with the nanomachines. Yeah. Sounds about right. But yeah, I'm not sure who did it. If it's just one person. Okay, well, I've got the snake lasso thing.
While this is an
No?
while this don't while this is while this is while this while this
That seems... Because last time when I crashed the game, I was taking the snake out of the cage by accident. So I still think that's going to be a thing. So, anything going on in here? Don't see any changes. What about those
don't
flowers?
even think about touching the flytrap.
Oh,
It's a meat-eating plant that's been getting a steady diet of red meat ever since Yvette bought it, and it's getting hungry again.
well.
Don't
Well.
while this is while
No,
while
I guess not.
don't touch it. Don't touch don't touch don't touch
Right, that's the safe.
don't touch
Any
Don't-
secret trapdoors?
don't touch
Because I'm still missing several people, and I don't know where they are. And that's a bit suspicious. What are those
First
books
edition.
again?
Look. First edition looks can be deceiving. Don't touch don't touch don't touch
Maybe it's just because it's books.
numerous hefty tomes on the topic of medieval art. The
Okay.
collected catalogues of the Smith looks
Looks are deceiving, and looks aren't
Looks.
everything. I'm very confused. Whatever.
the wood
All locked.
they're too high on.
Can't take those.
You think about touching the painting, then consider the subject matter, blush, and change your mind.
Uh-oh. What's in that
Very
painting?
Damage the delicate watercolors in the painting. Don't touch it. You might harm the paint.
I won't look at those too closely.
The sculpture has a beautiful face. Its strong but sensitive lines remind you of Steve.
So Steve's head does this too. Because I think Steve should go see a doctor if that's the case. I don't think that's healthy for your neck to do that. Yeah, you can look at these
Portrait of a Young
paintings.
Man by Marcello Fleming, Italian master, 1550. Musings on Cyberspace by John Wentworth,
What?
Flemish master, painted in 1533. A typical light-hearted painting by anonymous Bosch called A Heartwarming Story, depicting dead humans being tormented by skeletons and demons in hell.
Well, I guess that's one way to interpret the phrase heartwarming. Seems like a very literal interpretation
Cart
there.
Before the Horse by Susetto live in Godoni, 1481. Two Brothers Drinking in a Tavern by Rick Morgan, Dutch master, 1444. Trouble on Two Legs by Dennis Lewis, date unknown. Painting discovered in an attic near Bordeaux, France, hidden behind a case of chocolate.
That must have been some old chocolate.
Art is Work by Fra Roberto Glissoni, painted in 1492, commissioned by Queen Isabella to keep him busy finding a new way to paint instead of discovering the New World so that Christopher Columbus could do it instead. One of the many paintings in Michelangelo's Battle of the Nudes series.
Oh, what?
One of the many paintings.
Well, that seems to be quite the series. Actually, what about those?
It's an expensive work of art on display in a museum. Your father would be appalled if he knew you wanted to touch it. Overcoming your temporary insanity, you change your mind.
She sounds so menacing when she says that.
A fine example of neo-quasi-Italian Renaissance sculpture by Alberto Ravioli. Sculpted in 1525, the humanoid statue is called, appropriately enough, Ruminations on Death and Dismemberment. It's one of seeming billions of ballerina sculptures that were made by Dagger, who was something of a ballerina fancier.
Sounds like it. But yeah, I guess you might want to go visit this museum. So, I'll have to remember that for next time you go to New York.
A small sign identifies this dinosaur as an iguanodon, which means iguana tooth. However, from the Tyrannosaurus rex's point of view, this dinosaur could be identified as
I don't think I actually went there, but I'm not sure.
the faceplate on the armor.
I've only been to New York once, so.
This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth, found in the Temple of Amon-Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun. A sepulchral stele found in a tomb of the 6th dynasty. It tells the story of Una, born during the reign of King Tita, who served under Tita's successor Pepi. Una died during the reign of King Morena, full of days and honor.
I mean, who wouldn't want a nice murder exhibit? Seems lovely.
It looks remarkably like a glass case in the shape of a pyramid. A small card informs you that this case contained the famous Dagger of Amon-Ra, which is now missing.
So, what if I put it back?
While this is an interest...
No.
While this...
Fine.
The door is locked.
Still locked. Fine.
A fairly accurate model of Struthiomimus, or ostrich mimic. It's a painting of a Spinosaur. The painting is accurate and workmanly, with little regard for nuance or emotion. The male and female Triceratops look every inch the proud parents.
What if I show her the dagger? No.
Why, thank you, dear girl. Let me take a closer look.
No. No, I will not. I will very much not do that. What if I show it to Wolf? Is he going to murder me? It's possible. Very possible. He's probably gonna murder me. if I can find them. He's not here. So I'll just check the other vats. Oh, right. That's the ostrich vat.
When you've seen... Boy, the out...
What was in that one? Oh, lovely.
Probing around in the vat with the net, you find nothing more than a creature from the Black Lagoon. The strong fumes are making you dizzy.
Yes, I went to see a musical. I went to the Statue of Liberty, Central Park, the Rockefeller, I think, and Empire State Building, the Twin Towers Memorial thing. Yeah. I think that's the main stuff.
The drain in the floor smells of alcohol.
I mean,
It's
yes,
just-
I would visit all the tourist spots as a tourist, right? I think I went to a couple of museums, but I can't remember which ones exactly. So, yeah. But yeah, apart from those, I can't remember anything specific. So, also went to Washington, and it was Lamy, which, once again, not proper French pronunciation, but I don't care. So, which vat were the snakes in? Because I'm just curious about that one. It would be this one.
The strong fumes are making you very dizzy.
Oh, right, she's gonna fall in. It's fine. I've saved. Location where? Like, in the entire world? Specifically in New York?
Don't touch the stuffed rat. You'll make him nervous. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
I mean, there are lots of nice places. But I'd say I had quite a bit of fun just taking pictures, so all the different places that had a nice view. And there were several different ones, so yeah. And just generally, I prefer to not be in Manhattan. It felt a bit stifling. So, yeah. It kind of felt like you can barely see the sky at all because of all the buildings. Because there are so many skyscrapers.
Dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensively.
But yeah, not just talking about crowded, but like the buildings themselves. So many ginormous skyscrapers. It feels kinda like you're trapped, yes. feels like you're in like a cage of buildings. I guess it's normal to people who actually live there, but yeah, it was weird to me.
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Well, you try and go to Manhattan and tell me how very roomy that area feels. So, yeah, I didn't really enjoy walking around there. Like, I don't mind the sidewalks being crowded, it's more about just, well, feeling like you're walking between giant dominoes. As in the pieces. No, the pieces, not the pizzas. As in the game, Dominoes. Yes, pizza. It all boils down to pizza. No matter what we talk about, it always ends up at pizza. Actually, does she know about his death yet?
I bore rather easily, dear girl. Do let...
Fine. Guess not. But yes, if you want to boil this stream down to one thing, it's gonna be pizza. Still confused about where everyone is. They're just gone. Yes, pizza is inevitable. And that pronunciation wasn't perfect, but I'm not gonna try and pronounce it correctly, because it's not gonna get any better. Thanks for the follow. What's that window?
A sturdy window that looks out on the city of New York.
It just looks so grey. So, wasn't sure if that was an actual window. But I guess it is. So, I still don't know how to get in there. So, on that screen, really, where is it? I'm up for Easter eggs. Don't see anything yet.
This is the Uruwatch T, a winged solar disk with 2 Uraei.
I'm guessing you mean one of the pyramids. So, this one? Oh.
Oops.
Okay.
Congratulations. You've cracked the case of the Dagger of Amon Ra.
Whoopsies.
Don't touch the sharp pieces of glass. You might cut yourself. Don't touch the shards of glass. They're sharp. You might cut yourself. Or you could put an eye out. Or any of a number of other things could happen that your mother warned you about when you were little and everything in your life was dangerous. In a clever attempt at realism, the pyramid is constructed of limestone. The surface feels rough when you touch it.
Is it gonna... Yep, it's broken forever now. It's fine, I got the real dagger. They don't need that glass case. They'll be fine without it. I still haven't actually found Wolf to show him the dagger, so... I'll try and work on that eventually. Fair enough. Are you enjoying the book? And how did you end up reading it?
Don't touch it. Don't touch. Don't touch.
Oh. I'll take that.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Well, I'd say, Thimbleweed was pretty close.
A typical. The glint.
So, I'll just have to find the correct pixel. Give me the right pixel.
A typical. Feels like.
Fine. What if I just try and use the tool on it?
While this is an. While the.
Guess not.
A tip. One of the skeletons in the Bosch painting appears to be holding an object. The glint doesn't glint. Feels like.
How did I get to that other view? Maybe I need to stand in a different spot? Well, I'm glad you like my streams. Yes, there's a specific pixel to make progress here.
The glint.
Oh, maybe it was with the magnifying glass. Yes, fine.
Inspect.
Now I got the pixel first try.
It feels like a paint.
Alright, so...
Inspect. This skeleton key is...
There.
This skeleton key is inscribed with eerily articulated markings, the weird orthography of a long-dead tongue. It offers no clue as to what it unlocks. Pandora's box, perhaps?
Completely forgot about the magnifying glass. Yeah.
With careful use of the wire cutters, you manage to remove the skeleton key without damaging the Bosch painting.
Well, that's pretty impressive. So... Am I? Well, you say so. Oh.
It's you. You see a rotund red...
Where is he going? Where did he disappear to? Okay. Why is he here?
I'm not in the mood to indulge in idle chit-chat, Miss Bow.
Thanks. I love being called a kid.
You dare to mention his name to me? He is the blasphemous temple destroyer and tomb robber who stole the Dagger of Amon from Egypt.
Did you kill him?
Miss Bow, I am shocked that you would ask me such a thing. Amon-Ra snuffed out Peepin-Carter's life as punishment for his crime, and that's all I have to say on this matter.
Yes, yes. I cracked the case. Very funny. I get it.
You already asked me that, you silly female.
Oh, yes. He's such a charmer.
You already... You already asked me that, you...
Does this key mean anything to you?
No, should it?
What kind of a lock do you think it opens?
How should I know? I'm a scientist, not a locksmith.
Not sure what kind of scientist he is. I mean, I guess Egyptology? But I wasn't aware that that was a very specific field of science. Like, maybe archaeology, I guess. Yeah, I guess. He just seems very focused on Egyptology in particular. But, well, maybe that's just his specialty. Anyways. So much talking. So, what about this medallion?
What happened to the pretty gold ankh you were wearing at the party?
I have no idea. I seem to have lost it.
Well. I mean, that is suspicious. But I also found a shoe print. And, well. I'm not sure how either of those ended up there. I mean... Wow. But yes, losing an item, and that item then being discovered right next to a murder victim. It is just a teensy bit suspicious. Especially if that item has blood on it. I mean, of course, it could be that someone else stole it from him and then planted it there as a distraction. Because once again, it seems too obvious. Because I found that thing right at the first murder. Not the second or like the third, so. maybe he lost it in some other situation. I just ended up there. Like, maybe Pippin stole it from him. Could be anything. Pippin was stabbed. So. Well, that is a bit suspicious. Because Dagger and him being obsessed with the dagger, well, both of these two being obsessed with it. So it seems kind of fitting, in a way. Are the different types of murders symbolic? I mean, I'd say Ziggy getting impaled by a dinosaur. I don't quite see why. And the beheading after that, or before that. Still not sure which one happened first. Seems very weird. And how did they use the paper cutter in her office and then get his body all the way to the dinosaur room thing? I'm just very confused. But yes, it might still be Blaze. It's always Blaze. And yes, it would be. And I mean, would they be able to get the paper cutter over to the other room? It seems like there's not nearly enough blood on it. So I guess he was impaled first? I'll actually go check the body again. Because is there more blood? That seems to be from the head wound or from the stab wound. It's just one giant puddle.
Looks can be deceiving. The blood has begun to clot, darkening and thickening. It's difficult to judge whether or not this blood is primarily from the neck wound or the point where the pterodactyl's beak impaled the body. Or both.
And yes, I have used a paper cutter. But I never tried to carry it around with me. It wasn't my paper cutter. I mean, yes, I get that they're heavy. It was just a matter of, like, are they portable at all? Yes, he does look a bit uncomfortable. Just a teensy bit. And no, I wasn't. Doesn't seem that convenient, to be honest, but well. Anyways, that key. Is it going to work on this door?
This door won't.
No. That's a shame. So this chest?
While this is an
Nope. Yes, I got that key out of the painting. Which is why it's not glinting anymore. Now I just need to figure out what to do with it. I mean, I've seen the key for a while, but... well, good for you. I don't know. How about Here. Alright, found it.
The trunk has a name tag identifying it as part of Carrington's personal luggage. Beside it is another sticker emblazoned with the logo Andrea Doria. The trunk has a name tag identifying...
Flesh-eating beetles? I think? There's nothing the bugs like better than a little fresh meat. Well, that sure was interesting. Glad I saved. I don't think that's how you keep flesh-eating beetles. I think they need a proper terrarium. Oh well. Well, apparently that's not the case. They must have been very hungry. Okay. Off they go.
Oh!
Oh!
A skeleton lies in the trunk, its bones picked clean by the domestic beetles. They've efficiently removed every last shred of flesh, making the skeleton nearly impossible to identify. You have no reason or the...
Fine.
It appears to be a gold pocket watch.
Okay.
A close look reveals an inscription on the watch. To Dr. Archibald Carrington III for your years of dedicated service, many thanks from your staff at the British Museum.
Wait, what? Why is his watch in there?
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Does he have a relative who has the same name and also worked at the museum? Wait a second. Was he an imposter? Maybe he was an imposter. Huh. Because, I mean, this is rather strange. So, I guess that guy wasn't the actual Carrington. But he's dead now. They're both dead. Wow. Indeed. So,
A valuable gold pocket watch.
that's not the sort of thing you just leave in there if it's yours. So,
A skeleton lies in the trunk, its bones picked clean by the domestic beetles. They've efficiently removed every last shred of flesh. You have no reason...
anything
It
else
looks
on
like
it?
the third, fourth, and fifth cervical vertebrae have been twisted.
Okay.
This indicates a fairly violent strangulation. Other than that, there are no abnormalities that catch your eye.
So. So, took notes on all of that. Let's close this box and push it back. Nope. Guess not. Can I lock it?
While this is there is no need to relock the trunk.
Fine. I was trying. Didn't work.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Ernie's office.
Oh.
Interesting. I'd never noticed that before.
You never noticed what, my love?
You have a tattoo of the Eiffel Tower on the inside of your left eye.
Ah, you are doing this to distract me, no? But I am worried about you, my Ernie. You are so big and so strong. But this ice pick fellow, he is a dangerous one, no?
Yeah, he's dangerous. But I'll pay him his dough. Ernie Leach always pays his debts.
Maybe you can do some more fencing for this Big Al. He pays well.
Yeah, Big Al's a good customer. But there's only so much fencing I can do for one guy.
This ice pick might try to make the example of you before you can pay him off. He keeps leaving these threatening messages.
Don't worry, baby. Icepick knows he won't get his dough if he kills me. Maybe I can get into a hot poker game down at the Harlem Swinger and win enough money to pay him off.
No, no, no. The gambling is what got you into this mess, my Ernie.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I've got bigger problems tonight. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see.
What?
You're better off if I don't tell you about it. Now, what's this on the top of your Eiffel Tower tattoo?
I think you know what it is, my Ernie. You've seen it before.
And I always enjoy seeing it again, baby.
Ah, you American men are so charming.
Oh. Okay. They're just gonna parade that thing around. Lovely. So that sure was an interesting conversation they had right there. So, like, I'm still not sure about her. Like, they seem to have a closer relationship than the others. So, yeah, I'm not so sure. Like, are they a crime duo or something? Well, selling stolen goods, I would assume. I learned that word through Skyrim because, well,
You hear muffled voices
Oh.
coming through the door to Yvette's office. You lied to me.
who did?
Well, lass,
Oh.
I guess that makes us even.
Okay.
You lied to me.
You had something to do with the dagger burglary.
You've been sleeping with someone else. I saw you go off with that dock worker.
I've never slept with Steve. And the Ziggy fellow, he told me about you and the dagger.
And you believe that little weasel? I've arrested the man more times than I can count.
The Ziggy, I know him a long time. He would not lie to me.
That man'd lie to his own mother if someone paid him for it.
Ziggy, he says you were working with the Carrington to steal the dagger.
Lies! You can't be trusting the man. If he wasn't already dead, I'd pound the truth out of him.
Maybe you already did.
Were you sleeping with the little rat then?
Of course not.
You really surprise me, lass. I'd think you grew up on the streets accusing me of burglary like that.
Where I grew up doesn't matter, does it? The important thing is... Wait, did you hear something at the door?
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, I was hearing it too.
Nope.
Keep your voice down then.
Dang it.
You don't hear.
Fine. There we go. The plot thickens. Seems like there are lots of people around here who aren't who they say they are. Oh, well, she sure knows how to teleport. Could I leave, please? What's that supposed to be?
Am I gonna have to spank you? Amscray.
Maybe she's wanting to join us, yes?
Well. She sure knows how to teleport. Definitely. That was not what I expected. I mean, since I just... Whatever. People teleport, that's just how it is in this game. In her room 1 second. Over here the next. Is she back in her room now? Nope. Nope. She's somehow never in her room. Oh, she's in a different room than before. Where's she going? That way. Alright. Where is she going now? Come on. Alright. Is it now? Why is that? Where's she going now? What's she doing? And what's that walk? very confused about where she's going. Why is she just wandering around? And what's that?
Now is a poor time to be reassembling this skeleton.
Reassembling? There's part of it missing? Whatever. What is going on here? She didn't even have to go through the door for some reason. But why is she wandering around like that?
Silence alone is great. There was silence.
Apparently.
Good evening, Countess.
Okay.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Why can't I ask her about her wandering around like that? 'Cause it's weird. So, what about the pocket watch?
I beg your pardon, Countess?
Here now, where did you get your mitts on that? Answer me.
Oh?
I really don't think that belongs to you, Miss Bow. I suggest you give it to me for safekeeping.
No, I don't believe I can do that, Countess.
Miss Bow, I said. Oh, I suppose you're right.
Are you always this upset by pocket watches, Countess?
Why, yes, dear girl. I've always had a dreadful fear of them.
Alright, so... She killed Carrington? But then... Who was the other guy? I'm guessing she was working together with him? The people around here would recognize Sterling if she was still with Sterling, right? Right. They'd have to. So, who was that? Or did she kill someone else and put his pocket watch with the body for some other reason? It's all very weird. I'm trying to figure out whose corpse is in the suitcase that had the pocket watch that belonged to Carrington. Because I just showed her the pocket watch, and her reaction made her sound incredibly guilty. So... yeah.
You see a short...
What if I use the pocket watch on her?
This is an
No. Dagger?
Why, thank you, dear girl. Why, thank...
What if I talk to her about it?
Oh, I'm simply devastated that it was stolen before I got a chance to see it. It's supposed to be simply divine.
No, I don't think I've played that game. So what did the snake oil bottle
The
say
label
again?
reads, guaranteed to ward off poisonous snakes or your money back.
Okay.
The directions read, sprinkle copious amounts of Dr. Moribund's
On
guaranteed
snake.
snake oil on snake. Snake will leave you alone. If snake does not leave you alone, Dr. Moribund accepts no legal responsibility for damage occurring to the snake's victim. Death is a natural part of life, so when your time comes, it's best to accept it and go out gracefully.
Thanks, snake oil bottle. That sure was something I needed to read right now. Alright. I guess I'll see if I can use it on the one snake I'm aware of. So... oh, no, that way to the snake. Silly me. Snake oil... snake.
While this is an interesting approach, it serves no...
Snake oil... snake
While
thingy?
this is an
No. Snake oil on the
While this
cheese?
is-
No.
The
Does
bone is hard, heavy...
the snake want to try and attack the bone instead of me? Is that an option?
While this is...
No. Can I just catch it now?
While this is...
No. Well, I believe there has been at least... well, there have been some deleted messages. What about the
Closer
cheese?
look reveals a bit of mold on the cheese.
Oh, yum.
The bone is fossilized and dusty. Unlike the gift shop daggers, this one does not have Made in Pittsburgh stamped into the blade.
So it is the real one.
You see the initials PS engraved on the back of the Ankh medallion.
Which basically means it's his.
There's a bit of rust on the wire cutters, as well as an odd bit of beige coat fabric.
I mean, maybe the snake wants some cheese. Didn't want the bone. Sure. Cheese?
While this...
No. Not a cheese snake. So... can I look at it up close? Without dying?
You decide that's probably not such a good idea.
No.
While this...
No. Snake oil?
While this...
No. Can I put snake oil in the glass?
While this is...
No. Still don't know how to get this message.
There's an imprint on the paper from the previous message written on the pad, but it's too faint to read.
I need a pencil. Or something that basically works like a pencil.
Don't touch it.
Anything on the desk?
Dr. Miklos's desk is large and impressive.
Good for her. Maybe some chalk? No, I don't think so.
Don't touch the chalkboard. You might smear the hieroglyphs.
Can I take the
Don't touch
rat?
the
No.
stuff.
No. I was thinking maybe taking the rat and using it on the snake. Maybe I need to catch the ferret. Still thinking that might be a thing, but I don't know how to make the ferret appear. It seems to appear at random. Still not sure where everyone is. They keep on disappearing. And I guess I should check the gift store. Because I haven't been in that place in, well, hours. Don't know what time it is either. bit weird that I couldn't just get a turkey leg for the flesh-eating beetles. That had to be rotten meat. So... yeah, I totally don't read the chat. Why would I? That would just be silly. So, nothing changing around here. And the front door is locked. Unless it isn't. It was locked. Is it still locked? Door? No? Okay. She doesn't even say why she can't go through the door.
The armor of this armor.
What else could I ask her about? I guess? But, I mean... not really, though. I wasn't the original thief, and I was hired to find it. So... sure, it would make her look like she's the thief. Or like she's stealing it from the thief. But on the other hand, there's a murderer around, and I found an item that was previously considered to be stolen. So... I'd say wanting to leave the building is very reasonable. And not wanting to leave the previously stolen dagger in there, possibly with the person who stole it, still seems reasonable to me. So, I don't know. But yeah, Carrington did have the trunk with him. So... I guess he was at least part of the murder. Well, when I'm saying Carrington, I'm not sure if I'm actually talking about the person named Carrington. Might be the person who, well, took on Carrington's identity after murdering him. Still don't know where Olympia is. I've been able to figure out what time it is, though. I'll save here. Restore back here. And do this again. Because that's when time passed. And I can't remember what time it said it was.
Oh! A skeleton. It appeared. You pick it.
Okay. So 1:45? I guess? Or was that supposed to be... like, right before 1, so like 12:45? I'm very confused by the 12-hour time format thing. So, I'd say the real Carrington is this one, because he has the watch.
A valuable...
And, like, it's a gold watch, gold pocket watch, engraved, and it seems to be his parting gift from the British Museum, where he used to work. I'm not sure if he was the director there. Either way. Seems like the kind of thing you wouldn't just leave in a random suitcase with a corpse, if it's yours. But if someone else murdered him, they might not be aware of this thing. Like, maybe they just didn't search the body that well and just dumped it in there, clothes and all. So, yeah. Either way, this suitcase already smelled like decomposition based on what Dorian was saying. Which means that the real Carrington, or who I believe to be the real Carrington, was dead the entire time. But then who's the guy who got impaled on the porcupine? Like, I don't have a clue. So, yeah. There, now I can restore. Maybe I can find something else on the corpse. Like... Or maybe I can find out something else about Carrington? I still don't know what CP means. Like, are those his initials?
Carrington drooled a bit when he died, and his hair could have used a good wash to get all the grease out of it. While this is an Don't touch it. Rigor mortis has not yet begun to set in. Don't touch it. Rigor mortis has not... Rigor mortis... Don't touch it. Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display.
Oh, okay, so it's 2 now. Well, don't know what to do about this, so... Can't remember who was meeting up in the armor room. I think it was Olympia and Wolf? Oh! That's a corpse.
The fabric of the shirt appears to be
Well.
clinging somewhat to Ernie's chest.
Ernie is dead.
Ernie's head lolls back limply.
Yeah, he seemed nice. I mean, sure, he was involved in all sorts of things, but he still seemed nice to Laura.
You examine Ernie's head carefully, searching for contusions, bruises, or other evidence of foul play. You see little, but you do notice a faint odor, not immediately identifiable.
Oh, what's that?
The hairs are bristled and clearly animal in origin, with a faint smell of alcohol.
Oh.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Yep, definitely. It's
Ernie's
one way
head
to narrow them
revolves-
down. No.
Despite your closest examination, you find nothing unusual about Ernie's outstretched right arm.
Yep.
A minute inspection of Ernie's left arm reveals nothing suspicious. The leather of Ernie's shoes are soaked through and through. The scent is an overpowering mixture of sweat, shoe polish, and alcohol.
Why does he smell like alcohol?
Ernie's right arm is stiffening in its outstretched position. You press on one of Ernie's shoes and see a bit of moisture oozing from the dark, spongy leather. As soon as you remove your finger, the moisture immediately seeps back into the leather.
Did he jump into one of the vats of alcohol? I'm very confused.
You press on one. The pants feel dank and wet, but the moisture evaporates quickly from your fingers.
More alcohol.
Ernie's shirt feels cold and moist.
It seems he was dumped in one of the vats.
Ernie's head is slightly resistant to your efforts. Rigor mortis has apparently begun to set in.
That was quick.
Due to rigor mortis, Ernie's left arm is slightly stiff. Hence the expression stiff, referring to a corpse.
So,
The suspenders are damp but intact and reek of alcohol or something similarly chemical. Dry cleaning fluid, perhaps.
Hmm.
The suspenders are...
What about his pocket?
Ernie's shirt.
I'm guessing he has nothing in his pants
Pants
pockets.
feel dank and...
Don't think he has any other pockets.
Ernie's head is... You touch Ernie's neck, inspecting for anything unusual. You find nothing. There is little to see in Ernie's mouth besides the usual teeth, tongue, hard and soft palates, and uvula.
Okay.
But there does seem to be an unusual amount of mucosa foam in the cheeks and throat, usually indicative of death by drowning. There's also a strange trickle of clear fluid. With obvious distaste, you sniff around the area of his mouth. The odor is one of pure alcohol.
So yeah, he was drowned in one of the vats. I mean, it could have been an accident if he didn't end up here. Ending up here makes it seem a bit suspicious. So, yeah. What about that hair?
Odd-looking hairs, possibly from some kind of an animal. A magnifying. The hairs are bristled and clearly animal in origin. They also have the faint smell of alcohol.
Well, animal's hair could be described as bristled. I mean, we've got koalas, turtles. Well, it's not going to be the turtles or the snakes. Hippo. I'm not sure about that. Ground sloth? I mean, the hair does look dark, so maybe. Skunk? Possibly? Not the Loch Ness Monster or the ostrich. Not sure about lemmings. But bristled seems like a weird description. Unicorn still seems unlikely. Rats? Maybe? Or warthogs? Either way, I'll have to check down there. So. Yeah, it is indeed not him. He probably wasn't his own killer and probably didn't put himself up there. So. Yes.
Ach, you are smelling like the brewery, mein Capitan. Either you've been drinking or you've been eating too many of those grapes.
Sure and begorra. A man needs a little nip from his flask now and then, doesn't he?
Personally, I do not require the drinking of the alcohol. It would impair my mental and physical skills.
Huh.
Ernie Leach has been murdered.
What was that, lass?
Ernie is dead.
So, you've finally come to us to confess. Is that it?
Confess? No. I'm reporting a murder.
And you was the first one to find the body again?
Well, I guess so.
Quite a coincidence, Fräulein. I think we should be interrogating you to learn the truth. I've had enough of your lies!
Calm down, Heimlich. If there's any interrogating to be done, I'll be the one who does it. Now then, lass, where did you find the body?
The mastodon room. He's hanging from some mastodon tusks.
Ach, he's probably just sleeping on the job.
No, I'm sure he's dead.
Well, I'll go take a look at him then. If I need to talk to you, I'll find you later.
Well, well, well. Act 4. Museum of the Dead. Isn't that cheery?
So far, so good. Keep it up.
Nice and encouraging. I like that. So. Yeah, they're all sleeping on the job, especially the ones who don't even work here. Yeah. So, bristled black hair. No.
Ground sloths are very slow creatures. Boy, the alcohol.
What else could it have been? Skunk, possibly? I mean, I'm not sure what kind of animal hairs you'd describe as bristled. So, I'm guessing thicker hair. So, possibly warthog hair? It just seems like a weird descriptive.
Other than a few stray bits of warthog, there doesn't appear to be anything else in this vat worth getting. The strong fumes are making you dizzy.
Bristled, not grizzled. With a B. So. But yeah, I'd say makes the most sense for it to be the sloths or the warthog. Like maybe the rats, I guess? Possibly? Seems like a weird way to describe rat hair.
This laboratory is dangerous and verboten to the public. You will leave now.
Can I give him the dagger?
Never point a weapon at me, Fräulein Bo. Not even a toy like that. My highly trained reflexes could kill you in 3 seconds if I wanted to. 3 seconds! And I am considering doing that right now! Never point a
Fine. I was hoping for a demonstration, but I guess not.
Fräulein Bo. Annie was a decent man. And then I find the murdering coward who drowned him. They will be crushed in my powerful hands.
Alright.
You already... I will not fawn... Fräulein Bo.
What about these hairs?
What am I supposed to do with that? I have plenty of hair.
Fair enough. What about the pocket watch?
While this is...
I will not.
I guess not. So... did he actually meet up with Dr. Miklos? So at this point I already have the pocket watch. So... last time it turned to 2 when I was in the room with Carrington's corpse. So... they're not here yet.
Don't touch it.
What if I just stare at this corpse instead? Is time gonna pass again? Because I feel like I'm missing out on something.
How ironic. After untold millions of years, this pterodactyl has claimed a new victim, a male specimen of Homo sapiens, which has been pinned to the floor by the pterodactyl's monstrous beak. How ironic. The right hand of this unfortunate soul. The corpse is wearing a black tuxedo.
Could time pass pretty please? Well, it'd be very convenient if it did.
The male and female.
There. Lovely. 2 a.m. So. Don't see them in here. Where's Olympia? Or are they behind that door?
You hear nothing of interest.
I guess maybe he just didn't hear it. And that's why he didn't show up. Any interesting books?
Don't touch it.
Oh.
This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of museum security, including such books as Criminals Among Us. While the topics of these books interest you, there are...
Why can I have a close-up of those
That's not the
books?
sort of... Upon close inspection,
I'm suspicious.
While the
Why
while the
do I get a close-up of these books?
while the That's not the sort of thing you want to examine too closely. Upon close... This book...
Do they all look the same? I think so.
Joe Bob's Weapons of the World for 1926. The complete set of books.
Okay.
This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of modern weaponry. This bookshelf is dedicated...
Both of them?
This bookshelf... These are books on... This bookshelf is dedicated... This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of Apparently these gardening books were left here by the previous tenant of this office.
I guess.
While the topics of these books
So...
This bookshelf is dedicated... Apparently... This bookshelf is dedicated to a complete collection of the Encyclopedia of Interrogation and Torture.
Lovely.
This bookshelf is dedicated... This bookshelf is... This bookshelf is...
Okay.
This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of museum security, including such books as... A series of books on torture.
Poems.
This book is a collection of poetry by Lord Byron. Apparently Heimlich had it turned on the bookshelf so that the spine with the title faced the wall. Perhaps he was embarrassed to have a poetry book on his shelf? The poetry book falls open to a poem, She Walks in Beauty, written by Lord Byron. The page is marked by a black garter with a note pinned to it. You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Wow. That's weird.
A lacy black garter with the name Yvette stitched into it.
Oh.
There is also a note attached.
What does the note say? What does the note say? You can't just say that there's a note and not read
The
it.
note attached to the garter reads, "You can have the other garter and much more if you meet me at 3 a.m. in the preservation lab." The handwriting is female.
Okay. It's nice how the narrator read it with an accent. That sure was interesting. Why does everyone seem to want to meet up with Wolf? Maybe Yvette and Olympia are working together. Because Olympia wanted to meet up with him in the armor room at 2 a.m., but he didn't show up. So now Yvette wants to meet up with him at 3? Just seems a bit suspicious to me.
That's not the
I'm guessing that's always
Joe.
gonna be able to find on there.
This book. These are. This bookshelf is. This book.
So.
The specimen table and the drain feel dusty. The strong smell of the oily liquid reminds you of the snake oil, leading you to speculate that it is in fact snake oil.
Interesting.
Yes, that's definitely dust on the desk. Yes, that's... The creature is too far away in the vat. Upon close inspection... Yikes! For a moment there it looked like a puffy eyeball was staring back at you. Now all you can see is a piece of royal blue cloth. You notice several dried streaks of liquid on the outside of the vat, up near the top.
Oh.
Other than a few stray bits of... Boy, the You notice several dried... Upon close...
Seems he ended up in the warthog vat. So I'll write that down. Weird audio issues again. Not sure about why those are happening or if those are audible on stream. Sorry if they are. I have no clue what's causing it. So. I can save in here. So I will do that and go back to before he was killed.
You notice several dried
Fine.
streaks of liquid on...
Fine. So, I guess that's from the dagger. Thanks for follow. Yeah, it seems like it's maybe not that one that he drowned in. Or maybe he did and he put the dagger in there. Yeah, maybe he put the dagger in there and then ended up drowning in there because I took the dagger out and who was looking for it. I mean, maybe he would have ended up drowning in there anyways. Or maybe someone else told him to search in there, and that's how he ended up drowning. Either way, so many different scenarios. I just don't know what caused it. Or where he drowned.
The creature is too far away.
I mean, to be honest, the whole spilled stuff at the top makes more sense for if he drowned in there. But apparently it was there beforehand.
That's not the sort of... That's not... That's... The...
Whatever.
Yike. Yike. The creature is too far away.
He might have, yes. I don't know where he drowned, considering the stains on that vat were there before. And I think I found the dagger in that specific one. So, I don't know. Maybe he did drown in that one. Or maybe he was drowned in some other alcohol. Yes, he did have the hair on him. That looks like it might be warthog hair. But I can't say for sure. Maybe I can compare them?
While this is an...
No.
While this...
Doesn't seem like it. Maybe I can search his room. It is where I last saw him.
An old toolbox. Don't touch it. When you push the button, you hear a sliding noise off in the distance, clearly originating outside of this room.
Weird.
Fräulein Bo.
Okay, I'll check that room.
I will not.
Fine. What did I unlock? Or lock? Oh. Well.
You have no use for it.
Well, well, well. I think I found the snakes. Possibly. In the darkness of the secret passage, you're blind as a bat. You have a brief battle, during which you endure the battering of the berserk and bellicose? Question mark, question mark. Black bats without batting an eye. Then your body, bothered by bloody bites, becomes bereft of life. Well, that was interesting. Do I have anything like a torch or a flashlight? Don't think so.
When you push the button,
anything at all?
Fräulein Bo.
Ah. Okay, thanks. Nope. Wrong key. Still the wrong key. That's what I get from not actually looking at my keyboard. Yeah, can't actually use any items in here, so whatever I need to do is before walking in there. Yes, yes.
Your most thorough scrutiny reveals only some dust on the lens of the magnifying glass.
Alright.
This is the mammology laboratory.
Is it though? It looks like a secret passageway to me. So... that was the fridge, I think.
Aside from the usual dings, dents, and bits of rusty, flaking chrome, there are no unusual details to be found on the locker. Don't touch it. Don't touch.
I mean, yes, I found the plaster. And I found the steak. Well, meat in there. So,
This crate is sealed. The crate is nailed shut, which is just as well since it's...
I think this crate moved. So this door was there before. Well, opening. Whatever. How am I going to find a flashlight?
Lugging the contents of this crate around with... Lugging... These... The canister is clearly empty and too heavy to be moved around.
How would I get light to go in that room? I don't think I've seen a flashlight. Or any other portable light source. So... I'm guessing there's no light switch either. The previous game I had the lamp. But I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking for now. Haven't seen anything. Like, sure, there's the light bulb, but, like... it's not portable. At least not while it's on. Oh!
My Ernie, he was a wonderful man. I really loved him.
Oh, sure you did. I know your type, Yvette. I know you didn't really love him.
No, I actually
But I
think...
did.
yeah,
Ernie was the
exactly.
best man I've ever
Called
really
it.
loved. I was even trying to find work for him so he could make the extra money.
Why did he need extra money? He had a good job here, didn't he?
It was the gambling. The ice pick. He killed my Ernie for the gambling debts.
Ernie wasn't killed with an ice pick.
No, the ice pick is the... how do you say it? The lone fish.
Lone fish? Oh, you mean ice pick is the name of a lone shark?
Oui, the ice pick is an evil man.
You're sure he's the one who killed Ernie?
My Ernie, he was worried about the ice pick. He told me about him this evening.
Very curious. I'm surprised you had time to see Ernie tonight.
Why is that?
Because you've been spending so much time with Mr. Dorian.
I was about
Oh,
to...
you mean the Steve?
yeah.
He's the attractive man, but we are only the friends, no? But my Ernie, what will I do without him?
I was
I
wondering
can
why
see
Laura
you're
was being
upset.
so
I'll
rude.
leave you alone.
Oh, there he is. Hello, Olympia.
Steve! Mr. Dorian.
Miss Bow.
Yes. Hello. Fancy seeing you here. Seems like you've been
Thank you
disappearing.
for showing me your scars, Steve. They were very, very nice.
Okay then.
Haven't seen
Were
you in a
they in
while,
the
Mr.
gift shop?
Dorian.
Well, women keep carrying me off.
Carrying you off?
Yeah. First, Miss Delacroix pulled me away from the party to show me the old Masters Gallery. Then there was Dr. Miklos. She's been pestering me about my scars ever since she found out I worked on the docks. Weird lady.
You don't seem too upset by all the attention.
Well, I would rather have spent the time with you.
I'd think a big, strong man like you would have been able to get away from them if you wanted to do so.
Well, I hate to be rude, and I did end up finding you here.
Have you heard about the murders?
Murders? Oh, I guess somebody did mention that.
You seem kind of distracted.
No.
Yeah, well, I've got news for you, too. I think some of the paintings in the old Masters Gallery are forgeries. The paint is still wet on some of them.
Oh.
Yes, well, I hardly think that...
So, I mean, that was quite the twist. So, we've got forged paintings, we've got weird mystical creatures and bats downstairs. Still not so sure about those. We've got murder spree going on, and we've possibly got a case of identity theft. So...
Oh, Steve, a terrible thing has happened. Ernie is dead.
Ernie?
Yes, my Ernie. What will I do? Oh, I need a big man to cry on. Please, come into my office.
I think she needs a tissue.
Sorry, Miss Bow. The poor woman seems very upset. Maybe there's something I can do for her.
I can just guess what that is.
We can talk more later, okay?
We'll see about that. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Ooh la la.
How does that feel?
It is magnifique.
I'm not rubbing too hard, am I?
The harder the better, mon ami.
Well, we all get a little...
Pretty sure he's giving her a back rub.
Ooh, and you are so good at working out the kinks.
Would you mind not moaning so loud? You might draw attention.
Ooh, I cannot be helping it. You are so big and so strong.
Sierra, why? Called it. Called it. I knew it. Well, you said it, not me.
Oh, dear.
Miss Bow,
Sacré bleu.
I can explain this.
I bet you can.
man, Mr. Dog.
I'm just rubbing your neck.
Oui, and he does it so well.
Why is she so
I'll
upset
just
about
leave
it?
you two alone.
Miss Bo, wait.
She's so silly. Ah. Saving again, because, well. Am I going to try and catch the snake now?
While this is an
I guess not. Snake oil. Nope. Whatever. So Olympia disappeared again.
This door is...
Oh, it's locked now. That's slightly suspicious. Wait a second. Was Yvette with all the different guys who died right before they died? Not sure. I mean, she was definitely with Ernie. Was she meeting up with Pippin? No. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it seems too obvious. But yeah, she was planning on meeting up with Pippin at 3. And it's clearly not 3. Thanks for the bits. It's refusing to... Alright, that's interesting. It seems very strange if they banned that number recently. But I guess they might have. So... Ah, fine. Seems like you've been watching plenty of ads then. So... Wolf... So... Pippin was planning on meeting up with Yvette. Thanks for the bits. Pippin was planning on meeting up with Yvette, around 3 AM. But so was Wolf. Well, Yvette asked Wolf to meet up with her. So, well...
This door is...
True friendship. No, it was Yvette. The book in Wolf's office that had the
a lacy black
garter
with the name Yvette stitched into it.
So, Yvette was planning on meeting up with Wolf in this room at 3. Which is right now. So, where are they? Don't see them. Still haven't found a light switch for that place. So, who's gonna be dead now? Oh! Well. That sure looks like a struggle.
Red hairs.
Once again, it seems too obvious for it to have been Steve. But it still might have been. Get your mind out of the gutter.
One of those new portable typewriters. At a mere £50, you can take it anywhere. Well, you could if it was useful to you, which it isn't, so forget it.
Thanks and sub. Well, a shoe.
It's a petite woman's shoe. It's on the floor, but it's a waste basket. It looks like a shred of clothing fabric.
Okay. So...
Don't touch it.
No.
Don't touch it.
Really? Fine, I'll examine it and just leave it here.
It looks like a piece of fabric torn from Yvette's dress. Possibly in a moment of passion.
I guess Yvette's dead.
A close look seems to indicate that the red hairs belong to a human. The backs of the high heels on this expensive woman's shoe are heavily scuffed.
Okay.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. A handwritten card attached to the plant pot reads, "To Yvette from Olympia. Thanks for the wild night with the mummies."
What? Well. Hello, how you doing?
Don't even think about touching the fly trap.
So, where did Yvette's corpse go? Well, I don't see it in here. There. I'm doing alright. Trying to figure out what is going on around here. Which, well... That's new.
The subject of this sculpture looks curiously familiar.
That Yvette. That's probably
The
Yvette.
sculpture gives off a strong smell
Uh-huh.
of fresh plaster. The odd statue feels like it's made of cheap, quick-drying plaster.
So, what do I do with it to say that I've figured out that it's Yvette?
The subject of
Yeah, maybe. Like this thing?
While this is...
No. Like, I don't have anything that could be used as like a bat. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? So... her body is, well, covered in plaster. So... how am I going to tell the game that I figured out that it's Yvette? Yeah, it's not a nice way to go. Death by plaster. So, I guess I'll check the room. She was supposed to meet up with Wolf in this room. And the plaster was back here? So...
it's a sack of plaster, sometimes used for making molds.
yes, the games tend to assume that. But I need to, like, tell the game. Yes, I know I'm walking fairly fast. Mainly because I just got bored of her walking speed, so I turned it up all the way. So, yeah, that's why she's just zooming around.
It's inexpensive. The odd statue feels like it's made of cheap, quick-drying plaster.
Maybe the dagger?
While this is...
can I use the shoe on her?
While this... While
like,
this...
go compare this shoe to the other shoe, which she's possibly still wearing. Either way,
you hear...
no. Well, I'd assume she'd be very much dead by now. But, well.
While this...
don't think I have any other items that belong to her.
While...
Can't think of anything that would, well, dissolve plaster. So... I mean, you do have a point, but it's still weird.
It's a wood door with faded flecks of white paint on it.
Fine, I guess I'll use the giant dinosaur bone. It just seems like... I'm aware that I have it. But... I mean, that's not what you do with a fossilized bone. Fine. 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 Alright. Well. Could that possibly be Yvette?
Red hair. It appears to be a pair of bifocal glasses.
What are bifocal glasses?
Don't touch it. Don't The scarf around Yvette's neck feels silky where it's not covered with plaster.
I don't know, just... you use fossilized bones as a baseball bat. That's just all kinds of wrong.
There is plaster in all of the openings on Yvette's face. Mouth, nostrils, eyes, ears.
Ah, okay.
She has several scratches on her face, as well as cuts on her lips.
Okay.
There are a few scratches on Yvette's skin, as if she was in a struggle before she died. Definitely red hairs, probably human.
Well, whose could those be?
You pick it up and place it in your purse. There appears to be a fingerprint on one of the lenses of the bifocals, although you have no way to identify it. You pick it up and place it in your purse. The scarf clearly isn't a scarf. It's the silk hosiery Yvette was wearing earlier in the evening. Her neck under the scarf shows red friction burns, as if she was strangled. This makes you wonder if she died during a passionate moment or had simply developed the habit of wearing silk hose around her neck.
So, well, the thing is, she was supposed to meet up with Wolf. And did leave a note about the, well, stockings or whatever it was she was wearing, including one of them, so I have the other one, I think.
While this is...
So, I think it might still be Wolf? Possibly?
Yvette's hair, formerly full of bounce and shine, is now lifeless and dull. It could use a thorough washing with a good shampoo to get all the plaster dust out of it. Yvette's face doesn't look as good in death as it did in life. Perhaps because her makeup is covered with plaster dust.
Perhaps. Or perhaps well, because she's dead.
Yvette's dress doesn't look as good as it did earlier in the evening. Looks aren't everything. Looks. Nice weave in the hardened fabric of the dress. That's not the sort of thing... There are a few scratches. No split ends. There is plaster in all of the openings.
Really? No split ends. Alright then.
Yvette's formerly soft hair is now stiff, as a result of being plastered to her head. Yvette's bare, plaster-dusted dead flesh feels stiff and cold.
Thanks for all the descriptives.
Yvette's face feels stiff from rigor mortis. A bit of plaster dust comes off on your finger when you touch her cold skin.
I'm not sure. Do you think she was covered in plaster? Did the game make it clear enough yet, or...?
The fabric of the dress feels stiff from the plaster. Yvette's left hand is stiff and cold. Yvette's right hand is... Don't touch it.
So... Guess I'll leave. And save. So... I guess she doesn't have to worry about Yvette and Dorian being a thing anymore. Is that a corpse?
Countess, why are you tied up on my desk?
Lovely. The Countess is dead on her desk. Well.
Your face has certainly changed to an attractive pale color, my dear.
Okay.
You seem a little under the weather. Are you okay?
Oh,
dear,
she's still
you
alive.
don't look well at all. O'Reilly! You want Mr.
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly? Okay, just wait right here.
It was Mr. O'Reilly.
Hello, Miss Bo. Do you know where Mr. O'Reilly is?
Well, no, not exactly. I assume he's still in the museum.
Well, I'll find him. If you see him first, would you tell him that the Countess is dying on the desk in my office?
The Countess is dying? What's wrong with her?
Well, she's looking rather pale. Her eyes are glazed, and she's not breathing much.
Oh.
I'd guessed she'd been bitten by a snake.
By a snake?
Must you keep repeating everything I say? In any case, I've got to go now.
So, is she still alive? Oh, there that snake is. Snake oil on the snake. Again? Catching the snake? Nope, dead. Alright. So... Well... My main suspects are... Well... I mean, obviously, O'Reilly. Duh. He does have red hair. So... There's that. I was suspicious of him for a while. And he does have red hair, so... And he was upset with Yvette. So... Plenty of evidence against him. I'm not sure if he liked the Countess. But maybe he didn't. Let's just assume he didn't.
Countess? Your face.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he didn't like her. Based on the fact that she says O'Reilly.
Oh, O'Reilly! You want Mr.
So... Okay.
Hello, wait.
Alright then. Saving. And trying this thing again. Where's that snake? Come on. Snake oil. Snake oil. More snake oil.
That's
Even
it.
more snake oil?
I'm out of
Okay.
oil.
Okay. Now I catch it. Okay, and I put it back. Alright. That was easy.
The cobra displays one deadly fang. He seems to mean business.
Nah.
Oh!
I think she's dead now. So, what's that?
A little bunch of grapes.
Huh.
Chilled. You remember something about grapes being found alongside the victims of Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, it's O'Reilly.
It's the bound and dead body of the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Don't touch it. Don't touch. Don't touch it. Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't.
Fine.
It's the bound. It's the bound. It's.
Well, she still has both her shoes.
The Countess is looking rather pale. She seems surprised that she died here on Olympia's desk. The skin on her hand is as pale as her face, showing minor signs of lividity in the palms. Don't touch. Her fingernails are clean and unbroken, showing no signs of violence.
Oh.
The scent of the smelling salts is overpowering at this close range.
I'll take
You
those.
pick it up and place.
Anything else?
Her bloodshot eyes are open and staring into infinity. Her lips have a bluish tint.
That sounds healthy.
There are no signs of violence on or around her face or head. Her bloodshot eyes...
Nope.
You detect a trickle of what could prove to be cobra venom. You deem it wise not to touch it when you remember that it's a neurotoxin that causes progressive paralysis leading to respiratory failure. That biology class was useful after all. You detect a trick. A scientific report on the topic of archaeological excavations in Ahwahnee, California.
I'm sure that thing is a page turner.
The intercom's case has been cracked in its fall to the floor.
Okay. Yes.
You decide not to read beyond the title, Proceedings of the 20th Annual Conference on Domestids.
I don't know what that
A
is.
scientific paper with the title, Social Habits of the Cherrystone Clam. You decide not to read beyond the title. A scientific report on the... It's a thank you note addressed to Dr. Olympia Miklos from Laurie O'Shannon, age 12. Dr. Miklos, thank you for introducing me to the world of bones. Since I met you, I have become a big collector of all kinds of bones. I like bones. As you said, bones are our friends. I even have a human skull I named Charlie. Thank you very much.
Well, I think that might have been an Easter egg. So... anything
Her
else?
bloodshot eye.
Okay. Hello, how you doing? is the music changing? Oh, Act 5. Lovely. Making progress. Rex takes a bite out of crime. Uh-oh.
With a little more effort, you'll be the best investigative reporter Tulane
Fine.
ever graduated.
Shush. I think the game's telling me I'm... Ooh, who are you?
Looks aren't...
Who are you and why are you going to murder me? I guess that's why. Alright. So... let's see. What else could I do? Interesting. Actually found him in his office for once. So... can I show him the shoe?
What would I do with a woman's shoe? What sort of man do you think I am?
Fine. Here.
I do not
Does he recognize the glasses?
I do not need the glasses. My eyes are as sharp as a bird of prey.
Wait, did O'Reilly wear glasses?
While this...
Never. What am I supposed to do with...
Wolf...
If this is some sort of bribe or nasty proposition, I am not interested.
Okay then. Fair enough. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I managed to complete the first game by just taking lots and lots of notes. So. Still don't know about how I'm going to find a light source. But yeah, it seems based on the name of the next act, whoever is going to die first is going to die in the room with the giant T-Rex. So, we'll see. But yeah, nothing here yet. But I'm pretty sure something's going to happen here. I think I've played a game that was like related to Blood Souls. Dark Souls, like Bloodborne or something? I'm not sure. And yes, I combined the titles because, well... Oh!
A smelly old work boot.
And
there are
blood?
a few spots of blood on the floor. You pick it up.
Well, seems... Steve isn't alive anymore. Possibly.
The helmet on the babu, unlike it is then again. The face,
Yep, still the same. So...
the
so
work
many
boot
shoes.
is size 12 triple E. The blood is red and almost dry. There seems to have been a struggle here.
So where's Dorian's corpse? If there is one.
It's an unmarked wood door. The door is locked. When you touch...
Fine, so there's still dust on the handle.
The armor... Max... Chelsea...
Maybe something in the chest?
The carvings on the chest depict gnomes. The chest feels like wood. Up close, the suit... Up close... Up... Your close scrutiny reveals that there is indeed a...
Yes.
Up close... Up... A close look at the armor reveals a heraldic device of a fierce beaver rampant on a chevron above the motto, Forward. A small label indicates that this Scottish dog armor belonged to Lord Balfour, 1st Earl of Fife. Nice warp and woof in the fabric.
Nice what? I have no clue what those words mean. So, is there a new head on there? Don't see another one apart from Ziggy. So... where's Steve? I still don't know how to find a light source, which I'm slightly disappointed about.
Two brothers drinking. When you touch the painting, you smear a bit of the paint as if it's still damp.
Well,
when you touch, feels like a painting by anonymous Bosch. When you touch, when you touch, when you touch, don't touch the nudes.
Alright, I won't. But I guess he was right. He did have a point. I'm not touching them.
The room feels...
One thing that is a bit weird is whoever made Yvette end up in plaster just walked past this giant door. So that seems strange to me. Guessing I'm still gonna die. Yep. So, I don't think there's a light switch around here. Are there torches or anything like that? Can I put on the glasses to see better?
This is an interesting.
No. Well, I'm very disappointed now. So, what else could I do?
It's out of reach. Even if you could reach, it doesn't work. The grate is securely attached to the drain.
Can I still get into this passageway, or did I miss whatever it is I needed to pick up? Because, like, I just want to know if I need to worry about this at this point in the game. On the other hand, it might also just be, like, I don't know, Act 1 that I need to pick something up. I don't know. It just seems weird. So, yeah. I don't think I have anything that could, well, easily give off light. So, guessing, well, what could I combine to make a torch? Maybe the paper, snake oil, and the bone or something? I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Or maybe the alcohol and the fabric? But then I'd be burning up evidence, and that seems unlikely.
Hairs, possibly.
Or, no, that's not the fabric, that's the animal hairs. Right.
Long red hairs, probably human. A smelly old work boot.
Yeah, pretty sure Dorian was wearing those.
A magnifying.
So...
The heel is considered high for the 1920s, indicating that it's a custom-made shoe. The back of the heel is heavily scuffed.
Is there a light switch around here?
The button is still depressed from the last time you pushed it. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been. Don't touch it. You don't know where it... Don't 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 touch don't don't touch it. Don't Don't touch.
Didn't quite expect that reaction.
Best to leave this room right where it is. Otherwise, Ernie won't be able to find it when he comes looking for it.
Apparently Ernie is a ghost now.
Don't touch it.
So that's reassuring.
Don't touch.
I mean, this seems like the sort of room I'd find, like, anything resembling a flashlight in. Right?
Don't touch.
What does it say on the side there? No.
Ernie's. That's not. That's upon. That's not upon. 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 That's not the. That's upon. A close look reveals that this is, in fact, a large button on the wall.
Yes, I know it's a Sierra game. Or do you mean, like, do I know all the game credits by heart? 'Cause no. Okay, he's gone again. So many corpses around here. Just one corpse after the other.
There are a few spots of blood on the floor. The chest feels like wood.
So nobody can tell me if I can still find a light source for the secret passageway. Because if that's the case, I'll just keep on looking.
The door is...
The key didn't work.
This door...
Yeah. I mean, it is a skeleton key. So wouldn't that mean it's going to unlock more than one thing? So... what else would it unlock? Is this door locked yet? No. Oh, already did. Fine. I was thinking maybe I could walk into that room while it's locked. I might not want to, but...
This is the... This door is locked.
Okay. So, key on the door?
This door won't...
No. Okay. I guess not then. No, not restart. Whoopsies. Wrong button. Yes, yes, just let me restore. Yeah, I think I want a hint for the light source. Because, I mean, I have looked around plenty. But no clue where it is, or what it's supposed to look like.
this is the eastern... It's an alcove occupied... This door...
Is that a
Don't
lamp?
touch it.
No. It looked kind of like a lamp, but I guess not. So I want something reflective. I guess. Oh, there is a mirror. Maybe I can remove the mirror.
The glass covering the alcove is smooth and cool to the touch.
Okay.
You give the hallway a reassuring thump. Yep, it's solid.
Can I break it? Yes, I can. Well.
What's
Whoopsies.
these laws? What do you think you're doing? There's no emergency here. Nicht gefingerpoken mit der Lantern.
What? Fine, fine. Well, I found the lantern. But how am I going to get the lantern? Dang it, the glass is back. How did he repair that? Just let me get the lantern.
You pick it up and...
There. It was absolute gibberish. So, like, that word that might have sounded like a German word wasn't. So.
While this is an...
Can I light the lantern? Yes, I can. So. Interesting. I have no clue why I'd need to know that, but interesting.
The mummy case is...
Well, no it's not. But yes, very interesting. I mean, it's slight progress. I found a secret passageway and I know where it leads, I just don't know why I need to know that. I mean, I guess it's just a one-way thing. So... True. But, well, that's a way out of the basement, not into the basement. Unless you can open the mummy case too. It is still weird how secretive they are about the basement existing. Even though that's where their janitor and security guards have their offices. So... Seems very strange to me. So... Got so much stuff. Still don't know whose glasses those are.
Bifocal reading glasses.
But can I use the glasses
While this is an interest,
on stuff?
while this,
No. Magnifying glass
there
on the
appears to be a
glasses.
fingerprint on one of the lenses.
Right.
Unreadable words are imprinted.
Still don't know how to deal with that thing. Still haven't found any graphite. Because that's what I think I might need to look for. I mean, she doesn't seem to have any
This is a
writing
crime
utensils.
scene, so it would be a bad idea to touch the desk surface and leave your fingerprints behind.
Fine. Did he have any writing utensils? He had a notepad.
You'll have to take a close.
Fine.
It's made.
Any
The note.
writing utensils around here?
Don't touch it. Don't.
No. Any
Don't
under
touch-
the desk?
That's not the sort. That's not. Upon.
Maybe.
That's not
no.
the sort.
Well,
That's
not necessarily, but it seems like that would be the main thing. Because you need something that, well, you need a dry medium, and it needs to roll off onto paper, and, well, not obscure the annotations on the paper at all. So graphite seems to be the way to go. As in a graphite pencil. Just, well, a pencil. So, I don't know.
The sort of thing you want to examine too closely. That's not.
I mean, is it gonna be the plaster? I guess it could be the plaster. But the plaster seems way too light colored for it to work. But I'll try anyways.
While this
No.
isn't.
The paint?
While this.
The other
while-
paint? No.
while-
I have been looking for any sort of writing utensil. Figured it might have been chalk, and whoopsies, I went into this room even though I shouldn't have. Can I leave? Is that an option? Yeah, just leave. Fine, so I guess it's in there.
Don't touch it. Carrington's. The clock appears to. The mask of Hottentot warrior looks.
Oh, there. Fine, found it.
You pick it up.
Finally. I thought I already tried that. There we go. Alright, what does it say?
Rubbing the charcoal over the notepad has made the imprint readable. Yvette, 8 o'clock, Egyptian rum. Tut, 10:15, Egyptian rum. Carrington, 11 o'clock, his office.
So. I'm very confused about that. But at least I finally found it. Silly how nobody in this building has a pencil. What do they use to write with? So. I'm guessing I used up the piece of charcoal or whatever it was that I used on the paper.
You see
So,
charcoal
yeah,
smeared
charcoal.
all over the paper.
Yep. Lots of red ink. Like, Carrington even wrote using his own blood. So that was great. Still don't know what CP stands for. So, yeah, I don't know. Or was it PC? Maybe you just tried to write it upside down, but didn't get it right. What's the orientation of that writing? In regards to his body.
Carrington.
No, it looks like it's... Well... That turns it, but... Yes. I know it says CP. It was more about what the orientation on the desk was of those letters, so... If he could have possibly written them down the wrong way round for some reason. Still don't know why it's CP. Like, maybe they're his initials, considering he might not be who he said he was. Alright, I'll save again. Just to make sure I've got everything. And let's see. I mean, I found the shoe. So maybe I'm ready for the next act? I was guessing that was what I was missing. Or maybe the charcoal. Don't know why I need to have that information, but there's probably some reason behind it. There's that. Pretty sure the snake would fit between those bars.
Oh! Look.
Right, so... Oh. Was I supposed to save before looking at her? I guess so. Alright. It's fine. Got the save right here. Okay. So now I'm supposed to save? Right? can't save in here, so I'll have to walk outside again. Okay. Well, I broke that class. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, I still have the lantern.
And off.
So... do I talk to him? Like, do I show him the shoe?
That is most interesting.
No. Do I... ask him... about... Olympia?
You already...
No. About the Countess?
You already...
About... O'Reilly?
You already...
No.
It's your...
I was thinking maybe CP could have meant like CR, but he didn't get to, well, add the last line of the R. But O'Reilly's first name is Ryan, so that seems a bit off. So, do I show him the lantern?
I do not need that. I see perfectly in the dark like the wolf I am named after. Lanterns are for the weak fools who wish to become targets in the darkness.
Does that mean he can just use the secret passageway? Maybe. I don't know. Oh.
It's nailed.
Alright, so the passageway is closed again. Interesting.
The grate is securely attached to the drain.
Okay. Don't see anything else changing. There has to be something I'm missing. I just don't know what it is. So, the T-Rex still hasn't eaten anyone. Well, eaten. Still don't see an additional head on there. That door is...
The door is locked.
Still locked. Everything still looks as it should be. I mean, I haven't checked the main room, so I'll do that. But I have no clue what I missed.
This door.
It seems weird to have to save before looking at her body. Don't see any changes at all. The main thing that changed is the secret passageway closing because I used it. Apart from that...
A peek into the mummy cave.
Nope.
The previous...
Can I use these to get the door
While
open
this
somehow?
is an interest...
No. Okay. Fine. So... need to go back in, and then die again, I guess?
Don't touch it.
Oh!
Look,
So...
you pick it. You detect her bloodshot, her finger, her. It's a thank you. The a
oh really, well, I couldn't have guessed.
the scent. You pick it.
Why would I want to
The thing
survive in a video game?
You decide not to.
So... guessing that's it?
Don't touch.
Do I need to take the snake along?
While this is.
No. Open the
Don't touch.
window.
Don't touch. Don't. Don't touch. Don't.
So many skeletons around here.
Don't touch.
So, switching to Act 5, right? Yes, Act 5. Don't know how many acts I still have left to go. So. Thanks.
With a little more effort, you'll be the best invest.
Oh, fine. I guess I need to run. Alright. Okay. So I can run from whoever that is.
You pick. The scent. You pick. You detect.
Okay. I'm guessing there's no way to save after I've loaded into Act 5, but I'll try it anyways.
With a little more...
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. So I'll run that way. This way? And hide back here? I'm guessing it's something to do with a giant dinosaur. Right? Because Rex. Why is she jogging around it?
It feels like...
Well, I don't think it's gonna work that way.
Oh! Look, look.
Yeah.
You pick... You did... You pick it...
I didn't do everything wrong. Well, that's reassuring. We'll be hearing plenty more of that music, so better get used to it.
A little more...
Alright. So, I'm not going to run to the left, because that's just running straight at whoever's killing her. I'm not gonna run to the top right, so to the giant archway, because she just got killed immediately last time. So, I do think running down here is the correct choice. What if I run straight ahead? Do I get killed immediately? Oh, come on, just walk through the door! There. No. I'm dead. So... I guess I do have to go into the T-Rex room. I just don't know what to do there. What could I do? Anything to make the T-Rex fall over, maybe?
Oh! Look. You pick... You did... You pick it up...
Or do I use the smelling salts?
Smelling salts. Phew. Feels like... The smelling salts are inscribed with the words Acme smelling salts.
And yes, it would be. Can confirm.
Several grapes are missing from the bunch.
So...
With a little more...
So... What could I do? Oh, I can save in here. That's great. I'll definitely do that. I like the fact that I've saved now. That's very reassuring. So... anything here?
Greedy.
No. Dinosaur.
It feels like you
No.
It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The sign says, push button to hear Rex speak.
Welcome to the Linedecker Museum Dinosaur Display. My name is Rex, and I'd like to tell you about myself. I'm a type of dinosaur known as Tyrannosaurus Rex, which means King of the Tyrant Lizards. Although I was not the largest type of dinosaur, I was the largest predator ever to walk the earth. Some of my friends were 40 feet long and weighed 8 tons, with teeth that were 6 inches long. Your modern elephants don't weigh more than 6 tons. I lived between 250 and 65 million years ago, during a period known as the Age of Dinosaurs, also called the Mesozoic era. The first complete skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex was found just 24 years ago in Montana in 1902. Although there were many...
They change the speech every year?
I was considered the best killing machine who ever lived. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you like to volunteer to be my next meal?
I've got a feeling that I'm supposed to have the dinosaur go and chomp on the killer. Question is, how do I make that happen? I mean, I already figured that that was going to be the thing I'm supposed to do. Just, can I close the door? Alright. Can I bar the door? I have a bone. I have wire cutters. Maybe I can tie wires around the door handles? Wire cutters? Yeah. Pretty sure I'm dead already, but it's fine. No. Where's she going? Oh, right. What is trying to use the wire cutters to cut wire? Because, well, doesn't work. Gimme the wire. Gimme. Gimme. There. I guess not. It's really weird.
Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
But yeah, I want to do that. Fine, I guess not. So this way then? Oh, there's a chair. Okay. What? What's going on?
The door is locked.
Okay.
It's the traditional sort of hinged transom that can be opened and closed for ventilation. It seems to have a lot of dust on it, as if it hasn't been used in a long time.
Okay. So do I shout through there?
Silence.
No.
it is better to know some of the...
Okay. What now?
It's It's the traditional...
Like, I was thinking I was going to use the chair to bar the other door, but... What's going on here? How have I not been murdered yet?
The mummy came...
Yeah, that's the real question. Why is that one closed door keeping that guy away?
There's a thick coating of dust on the... On close inspection of the door, you see two heavily faded words that were painted on the door at eye level, although some of the letters
Still
in the words
don't
are totally
know what
unreadable.
that meant.
EM space L space YE space S O space Y.
Well. I mean, I've already written down those letters. Nah. I don't think that has anything to do with the hieroglyphics, does it? That would be very, very weird. Because that's the other puzzle where I wrote down stuff in the same way. But that makes no sense. I mean, it's Sierra, but it's not that Sierra-y. Right? So, I still don't know who or what this room was about. So, lamp?
While
Like, I still don't know what this is about. Thanks for follow. When's the last time I saved? I'll just save here. Which part was the one people figured was impossible? Closing the door? I mean, can I close the other door too? Because it looks like it can be barred. Yeah, there. Done. Done and barred. I mean, I saw that thing earlier on, but, well. Well.
don't touch. Don't.
Oh. Okay. Is that open all the way now?
It's the traditional sort of hinged transom that can be open.
No. No, now it's open. Now it's closed. Yeah. So. It's a window right above the door to open for ventilation. Can I use this thing to open the door? Nope. Okay. Fine. I guess that would have made too much sense. Can I throw smelling salts in there? No. I guess not. Smelling salts in the smelly shoe? No. Cheese? Why do I have a window for ventilation? Like, I'm pretty sure I'm either supposed to say something or, like, throw something in there. Like, maybe a key? I'll just try all my items at this point. I don't care, it's going to take a bit, but it's fine. Just stab the window. Use the shoe on it to break it? No. Snake oil. No. Lamp. No, not the lamp. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the right thing to do. The window should be big enough for her to fit her arm through, if she's actually able to reach. And then she could just, yeah, open the door from the inside with the lasso. It would be the perfect tool, but... Sierra. This maybe? No. The bone? Somehow? Nope. Cross? Thing? Well, it's not quite a cross, it's like a T with a circle thingy on it. And yes, that's my very professional description of that shape. The music just makes me nervous. I'm pretty sure it's something to do with that window. Like, why else would I open it? Or is it just to let air into this room?
You hear?
I'm so confused.
While this... While this...
Can I just open the door now?
The door is locked.
No. Do I move the chair again?
Use...
No. Do I look at
It's
stuff?
you. It's the traditional sort. It's the tradition. Don't
The
touch
flags? No.
this.
Alright, let's see. Anything around here? Any
Don't.
secrets?
Don't.
I've already saved.
The mummy case.
Nope.
Seems rather.
Where's the puddle of blood? I was there just a second ago.
The chest feel. Don't touch. Don't. Nice wood grain pattern. Probably real wood.
Good thing she already... Well, she's calmed down enough to check out the wood grain of the chair.
There's a thick coating. On close inspection. The door is locked. When you touch the doorknob, you get a heavy coating of dust all over the palm of your hand. Don't touch. Don't.
Do I need to do something
While
along the ground? Maybe I need to combine things like this and dagger? Yeah, I think I might need a hint. Just like which room is the next step going to be in? Is it this room? Is it the one with the dog armor? Is it the map with all the heads? Is it the place with the two mummy coffin thingies? Or is it the room with the pyramid? Okay. Fine. Okay.
in a clever attempt at realism, you can't. Don't.
Can I just go out the window?
The glass in the window is cool to the touch. Since the window is sealed shut, you're unable to open it.
Just break the window.
While this is an
No. Seems so simple. She should be on the ground floor. Just break the window. Would be so extremely simple.
A window that looks out on the city of New York. The glass in the window is cool to the touch. Since the window is sealed shut, you're unable to open it. You can't take that. You can't. Don't touch. The steel feels like it's made of granite.
Okay. Well, it probably is.
Don't touch.
Fine, so I guess I just open this thing.
An outer mummy coffin, whose cartouches identify the occupant as Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, daughter of Thothmes I. The inner coffin is located to the right of the...
So how do I open this thing?
While this...
Do I unlock it?
While this...
No. Do I try and smash it?
While this...
No. Do I just use the lamp?
While this...
Yep. Can I still use it? Yes, I can.
While this...
Is there a button around here?
The papyrus crinkles when you touch it.
Interesting.
This placard describes the full translated text on the Rosetta Stone, which still resides in the British Museum. In summary, the text records the decree made at Canopus by the priesthood in honor of the pharaoh Ptolemy III, Euergetes I. The decree discusses the great benefits which the pharaoh had conferred on Egypt and states what festivals are to be celebrated in his honor.
Okay.
The card identifies the slab of black basalt as the Rosetta Stone.
Oh.
Hieroglyphs and letters from the English alphabet. The Rosetta Stone was... You notice that half of the Rosetta Stone seems to be missing.
Well, I found the other half.
You don't have time.
Come on. Don't be that way. Sierra, really now. Fine, I'll check it out if I do another playthrough or if I have to reload an old save. Sierra. Not fair, but well. Yeah, I guess I'll have to translate that stuff later. So,
The mummy
let's see.
the exterior. The mummy.
Thanks for follow.
The mummy. Now you're
Yes, I
Now-
am.
the limestone. Although it's relatively smooth for a limestone.
Hmm.
The column is made from limestone, possibly from the quarries at Aswan, Egypt. To maintain a sense of realism, the watermark says that this Rosetta Stone text was printed on papyrus, the equivalent of the paper of ancient Egypt. Apparently, it was cheaper than printing the translation on a piece of black basalt. This is a magnet. This. You don't have. This is.
Yes, I
this
do
is-
have
this is a-
time.
This is a. That's.
The door's
this is a-
barred.
This is a.
And I've
this
been
is a-
wandering around for ages.
This is a magnet. The mummy coffin is made of gilded wood painted with. The exterior of this coffin is gilded and inlaid with lapis. A close look reveals brightly painted scenes of the deceased playing a board. In essence, these paint usually the god's head. This is.
Do I have to talk to it?
It is better to know. Well-timed silence has.
No.
You touch the glass case, leaving a smudged fingerprint.
Great.
In a clever attempt at... You've already done enough damage for one day. Leave it alone.
Fine.
Don't touch it.
This
When you give the
column.
pillar a push, the only effect you have is to move a few molecules of stone, which seems rather dull, so you stop doing it.
So push this column instead?
It's relatively smooth.
Hmm?
Now, although it's relatively
Smelling salts?
while this is
No. That was very silly.
while this
No. Cheese?
while
Grapes?
while
What do I have to offer to get the door to
while
open?
this,
Glasses?
while this
No. I've tried lots of things already. Like, should I try and break this glass?
while this is
Cause, like,
while
I'm guessing no. But
while this
with this game, oh, fine. I guess I'll just hide.
you don't want to hide in here.
Fine, the other one then. Fine. Whatever.
You hear the sound
That's
of
kinda
someone
dumb.
breaking down a door in the next room.
Oh. Wow. True that. True that. Wait, what?
A large crate is suspended from the crane arm. It's the smashed door you came in through. You shudder, thinking all that violence was meant for you. The storage room floor hasn't been swept in quite a while. You pull and pull at the knots, but they just won't come loose.
Ah, fine. I guess that makes sense.
While this is... You reconsider dropping the crate in the middle of the floor.
Fine.
The crane feels very... It...
Oh, there. Okay. And now you
While
drop it.
this is...
No?
While this... While this... The thick cable is held in place by
Yes.
large tie-downs on either side of the crane. Feels like...
No. Wrong item. Wrong item. There.
The label on the crate says, Contents, Cursed Idol from the Temple of Kali. Open slowly. The label on the... Someone studying dust could write a master's thesis in here. You pull and pull at the... While
Dagger?
this...
Oh, come on.
while-
Something has to cut that cable,
while
right?
this is... Don't touch it.
I've got wire cutters.
While
This seems to be a cable.
while this...
That has to work, right?
While...
No?
While... If you were to stand under this crate and cut the cable, your body would be crushed and broken under the immense weight.
There. Fine. Now what?
Don't touch...
Okay. Sure. Now what? Alright then.
It's a mummy from the Ptolemaic period around 330 BC whose name was Pu. His wrappings seem to be in fair condition, but exposure to the air is starting to make them crumble.
Can't save in here
You
either.
pick it up and place it in your purse.
Wait, what did I pick up? I can't save, so I won't.
It's a mummy from the Ptolemaic period.
I just straight up picked up a mummy.
Touch it.
Alright, and put it in her purse.
Don't touch...
Okay.
Don't touch it. It's
What?
a mummified teddy
What?
bear. One of his black button eyes appears to watch you as you move around the room.
Can I
Don't
take the
touch
teddy
it.
bear? No. Okay. Look
There is a
closer.
cartouche on the teddy bear mummy's wrappings, identifying the cute little creature as Pooh too.
Okay.
Don't touch.
Alright.
While this,
No.
while this,
Why am I carrying a mummy?
don't touch.
I'm very
Don't
confused.
touch. Don't. The lid won't open. You don't touch. There is a cartouche on the teddy bear mummy's wrappings.
Just why?
The mummy's wrappings seem to be in fair condition, but exposure to the air is starting to make them crumble.
Anything I can do with it? No?
Don't squeeze the... Feels... The carbon... It feels... The cheese... It... The bone... Feels... The go... Feels... The bo... The sip... Feels... The... You...
Can't seem to do anything with any of my items. I'm not going to open the notebook
There is
because,
a cartouche on the teddy bear mummy's wrappings. Identify... Don't touch... Don't... While... this isn't...
what am I doing? Can I just walk out here? Is that an option? No. Close the door?
Don't touch it. Don't... Don't... It's a mummified Ted. It's a...
Alright, a mummified teddy bear. Now what? What does a mummified teddy bear want? And why do I have cheese? I still haven't used that. I have so many things that I don't know what to do with. I can't save down here. So... I would if I could. But I can't. So, what's going on?
The lid won't... While this...
Different than what? Modern games?
That's not the sort... That's not... Upon close Strange. The funeral portrait on the mummy case somewhat resembles Ziggy.
Oh.
Don't touch it. The scenes on Sebekra's case. The king's cartouche includes many depictions. Upon close inspection, Ami's the First's mummy case is quite beautiful. It has a prayer to the rat goddess has been thoughtfully translated and posted on the mummy case. O holy rat, O rat that bites, we are thy slaves both days and nights. We love thy teeth so orange and long. We bring thee seeds, we sing thy song.
Okay then. Why does this one look like
The
Ziggy?
funeral portrait on the mummy case somewhat resembles Ziggy.
That's really weird.
Don't touch it. Don't. It's the mummy case of Snivel-in-Hotep, the whining one.
Oh,
A ruler
fine.
in the 15th dynasty.
Fine.
The hieroglyphs on the mummy case identify the occupant as
Thanks for
Ur,
following.
a high government official who died in 330 BC. Painted at a time when mummy cases were viewed as being less important, the artwork looks like it was done quickly, with little care for detail or quality. as if the artist assumed it was going to be buried and no one would ever see it again anyway. Little did the artist realize that his work would be dug up 2,000 years later and placed in a museum. Now it's in storage because the artwork showing Pooh in candid poses with Thoth and Osiris is considered amateurish. Clearly, the artist should have taken the time to paint it right in the first place, rather than being embarrassed for the rest of eternity.
Yes. That sure is a life lesson. Thanks, Sierra.
You get no response.
Okay.
Questions are about...
Can't talk to the teddy bear either.
Don't touch it. It's a mummified teddy bear. One of... While this is... Don't touch... Don't...
Just... why? What am I missing in here?
Don't touch... You straighten out your... Don't touch it. Don't... It's the mummy case of I think I saw Puditut IV, a fairy
What?
of the 18th dynasty. He was known for his strange affinity for cats. A
Cats.
worshipper of Bastet, the cat goddess, he had so many cats at the time of his death that it took his servants 3 days to find his body amongst the hairballs.
Alright then. I mean, I already tried to
While
cut the teddy bear loose with both of these. There has to be something I can do with this. Show it the time. No. Unlock it. No. No. Smelling salts? No. Snake oil is probably empty anyways. Nope. Cheese. I mean, I already looked at it with the magnifying glass lots of times.
feels like...
Oh, does it now?
You...
Wait, can I listen?
You hear nothing?
No.
The carbon... What? 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 What?
Oh. Wow. Alright. I did something. Alright. Now what?
Don't touch...
Still can't save. So now what?
Don't touch... Don't...
Yes. Yes, she just used human remains to block the door. I mean, she is trying not to get murdered, but still. She has other options. Still Still not sure how it fit in her purse, though. So, yeah.
Don't touch.
So now what?
While this. What?
Still can't do anything with the teddy bear.
Well. The lid won't open. Don't touch. Don't. Don't touch. Don't.
Where's the lid to this one?
Don't touch.
Okay. Can I just climb over here?
Don't touch. Don't.
What am I supposed to do in here? Use smelling salts?
While.
No. Glasses.
While.
Yeah, I think I might need a hint.
Don't touch.
I mean, the room seems so empty. All I can apparently interact with is this teddy bear. So.
Don't touch it. Don't.
Can I just climb the walls? No. Oh, fine, not the teddy bear then. So, can I walk around this stuff?
Don't touch.
What? So I don't want to be mummified.
That. It's the mummy case of the pharaoh Rathotep tried to It's the wall of the. You straighten out. You hear nothing. You hear a muffled rhythmic noise from inside the mummy
What?
case. The more you listen to it, the more it sounds like a group of male voices singing a chant.
Even. Have the dagger back? No?
While
Oh, okay. Want this thing?
while
Do you want this thing? Does anyone want the stuff I have?
the lid.
Oh! Now I know what's behind there. That's the secret room that, all the other people are hiding in. That's what it is. I think. Right? But, on the other hand, how did they get here? Because, I think it was Yvette who said that she showed Najir a room to do religious rituals in. A secret room. And that does sound like, well, chanting. So, are they actually in there? Or behind it? Can I move it?
Don't touch.
So, how do I open this thing?
You get. While this. While. Don't touch. It's the lid to the mummy case of the Pharaoh Mackenzie Tep.
Well, I'm still suspicious about the fact that I can look at the teddy bear. So... Fine. There. My hair is a mess. That's what I get from playing this game for so long.
Don't touch.
Alright.
The lid won't open.
Yes, it won't open. It won't open. It won't open. It won't open. Apparently, it will not open.
While this is.
The key?
While this.
No.
While this. This door won't open this way. It's the lid to the mummy case of the Pharaoh Mackenzie Tep. While this is.
So.
The lid won't. The lid. The lid. The lid.
I mean, I'll try and, like, smash anything with that bone, because apparently that's what you do with dinosaur bones. You just, well, try and use them as a baseball bat, as I said.
The lid. The lid. The don't. The lid. The. You can't.
Wait.
You can't reach the snake that way.
A snake?
The snake
Alright.
shifts just a little.
Wow.
And you hear a click.
So... Alright then. That makes perfect sense.
You hear ominous chanting as you encounter a strange ceremony.
Hello?
Oh my goodness.
What are the beetles doing down here? Oh no, they're gonna murder me, aren't they?
Excuse me, I was looking for the
Oh no.
women's lounge.
You're coming
Probably.
with us, young lady.
I think you're making a mistake.
You've seen too much. We can't let you go.
Not to worry. I won't remember seeing this room, or you, or anything. Really. I've got a terrible memory. Can't even remember my own name half the time.
I'm sorry you found us. Our cult of Amon-Ra must remain a secret. There is too much at stake here. Too many important people are involved.
Uh-huh.
Cult of Amon-Ra. In the museum basement.
This room is a forgotten part of the original museum. We are safe here,
as long as no outsiders are aware of our existence.
Oh, well, my lips are sealed. If you want to dance and sing and have little meetings down here, that's your business.
You cannot be trusted, Miss Bow. You're a newspaper reporter. We could be a featured article on page 1 of tomorrow's newspaper if we let you go.
But people are going to miss me. They'll search the museum.
The police will never find this room or your body.
Great. Gee, thanks. Thanks,
You don't
Sierra.
really plan to kill me, do you?
Of course not.
What a relief.
Kill is such an ugly
Mhm.
word. Actually, we're going to sacrifice you to Amon-Ra.
Can we talk
Yay.
about this?
There is nothing to discuss. You should be proud to die in such an honorable fashion. Young Egyptian maidens used to fight for the privilege of being sacrificed to the great Amon-Ra.
Now, wait a minute. I thought the ancient Egyptians didn't make human sacrifices.
You're familiar with the history of ancient Egypt, Miss Bow?
Is she gonna be able to talk herself out of this?
Perhaps we could test you.
Uh-oh.
Do I have any other options?
Uh-oh.
We can test you or sacrifice you. It's your choice.
Well.
I'm liking this idea more and more. What kind of a test is it?
Amon-Ra may choose to intervene on your behalf. It is our tradition that we must let you live if you can answer Amon-Ra's riddle.
Okay.
Great.
Of course, you'll have to answer the riddle with hieroglyphics.
I was afraid it would be something like that. Okay. What's the riddle?
I don't have all of them.
Actually, it's a two-part riddle. What is the room you leave without entering?
I don't have the other ones. So I'm guessing I need to redo all of that. That's great. Thanks, Sierra.
I'm sorry.
No. Wait!
It's not gonna work with half the alphabet for both of those. Alright then. Okay.
The card identifies the Rosetta. You notice?
Alright. Magnifying glass. Yeah, I know. That was the perfect time to find that. So.
It's your
Okay, C is... that. D is the hand. My drawings are going to be absolutely stunning. Because I'm actually taking notes for these, because I still want to decipher what's on the blackboard. Okay. Good enough. Okay, last one. Yeah, I'm doing very rough sketches of these. So, if I do post them, then don't judge my sketching skills. What do you mean you can't say? As in it would be a spoiler, or as in you don't know? Alright. It's gonna be lots of translating. So let's try this. First letter is... confusing. Definitely confusing. Alright, I'll check the notebook again. Can I use the notebook on it?
Well, this is an...
No. Did they not stick to their own symbols? Is that it? Because I was mirrored. Whatever. So. First letter is I. Okay. P. That's an A. I pay. The I in the notebook is flipped, so mirrored. So, doesn't look like these, but mirrored. So it's pointing the other way, not that way. Know what I mean? Anyways, doesn't matter, it's an eye. Close enough. So, I pay... That's... W... O... M... A... G? E? I pay... Oh, the H... They used the wrong symbol here too. So... Okay. So, I pay homage to... Let's see. To... So, let's see. That's LT. That's an H apparently, because they don't know their own signs. To the. I pay homage to the Y. E, so ye. Then that's an L. L. That's an O. Low. Low. R. Lord. Okay. Lords. Okay. I pay homage to the lords. Then that's an O. F. So, of. E. T. E. Well, that's a long word, so I'll actually go to the next line of my beautiful piece of paper, where I'll write it down and we'll definitely be able to read it. Hopefully. E-T-E-R. Turn. Eternity. Yes, eternity. So, Lords of Eternity. We're here, by the way, for anyone who's following along at home. R-A, so, Lords of Eternity, Ra. That's an S, T, R, O, N, G, I think. Right? Yeah, that's G. So, I pay homage to thee, ye lords of eternity, raw, strong. I mean, it's English. I don't know what it's going to mean when it's all translated. So, so, raw, strong is. Seems grammar isn't their strong suit. I mean, English grammar, but it's written in English, basically. Which is a bit silly. But it's on a blackboard, so, like, whatever. So, T, H, so, raw, strong is the S, A, L? What? Raw, strong is the Sal? What? No. S, A, I. Sail. 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 That's 4 letters. So, sail. I, N, so in. Sail in. T, H, E. Sail in the. That's a W, I believe. W and an I. Wine. Wind. No, wind. 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 Sail in the wind. Not wind. Close enough, though. So, A. As. T. H. E. So, the. Again. L. A. K. E. Sail in the wind as the lake. It's not making a lot of sense so far. At least not to me. But, well. O. F. So, sail in the wind as the lake of F. I. R. Fire. Okay, Lake of Fire. Sounds like a great spot to go on vacation to. I. N. Lake of Fire in. T. H. E. Fire in the. U. Oh, no, that's a long word. So, I need to skip to the next line again on my piece of paper. So, U. N. D. E. R. Underworld? Yes, Underworld. B. E. Behold. Behold what? Behold S H Behold Shoe? SHU? Alright, Behold Shoe. Whatever. T H E M O T H E R. Shoe the mother. C R C R E A T I creating. Yeah, creating. T H E V. Once again. G O D and S. Alright. Got it. I pay homage to the ye lords of eternity, raw, strong is the sail in the wind. As the lake of fire in the underworld, behold, Shu, the mother creating the gods. So, I pay homage to thee, ye lords of eternity, raw, strong, or ye lords of eternity, raw? Strong is the sail in the wind as the lake of fire in the underworld. Behold, Shu, the mother creating the gods. Sure. Thanks, Sarah. But did it now. Now I know. So. And side note, they didn't even stick to their own signs. So, like, in this thing, they flipped certain signs. So, whatever. Anyways. Guess it's time to look at her.
You pick it up.
I'll still need to figure out the solution to the riddle. So, I'm guessing it's going to be the same riddle he told to Ziggy. And the riddle was, what's a room you leave but never enter, and what's a room you enter but never leave. So.
You did the scent. You pick.
So, I think that's it. Let's try this again, shall we? That sure was fun. And why are some of them allowed to be mirrored for no apparent reason? And others aren't?
With a little more effort.
Okay, so that way. And close the door. Run that way. Up here. Chair. Window. That way. Okay.
You hear the sound of.
Not sure why I'm doing this at all. Like, why am I dropping that box? I mean, I guess it's to block off the path. It's fine. I'll save before doing that though. There.
Don't touch. Don't touch.
I guess? But only some of them were mirrored, not all of them. So...
You pick it up.
Okay. Can't save in here, because of course not. But I saved outside, so it's fine. So...
The snake.
Still can't save.
You hear ominous chanting as you encounter a strange ceremony.
Can't leave. Fine.
Oh my goodness.
Fine. I guess that makes sense. Okay.
You're coming. You. I. This. You. The.
You don't really.
Of course. Kill.
Can we?
That is young.
Now wait a minute. Well,
Perhaps
do I have?
we can test you.
Okay.
I'm liking this.
Amon Ra may choose to intervene on your behalf. It is our tradition that we must let you live if you can answer Amon Ra's riddle.
Great.
Of course, you'll have to answer the riddle.
I was afraid it would be something like that. Okay. What's the riddle?
Actually, it's a two-part riddle. What is the room you leave without entering?
So, leave without entering. Fine. Can I save here? No, I cannot. So, a room you leave without entering. Like the main thing that comes to mind is, well, the room you're born in. But, well, what would the word for that be? And it might not be that. I don't know. I guess the room you enter, never leave from could be the underworld? So, like, life and death? But, like, Earth isn't a room. As I said, birth isn't a room, but I'll try it anyways, whatever. That's the worst that could happen. Nope, nope, dang it. Bert. Bert. Yes,
No.
Bert. That sure is the room. Oh, I guess the room you enter, never leave might be the tomb. So, let's see.
You pick it. The snake.
Why can't I save here? That's just unfair. Fine, Sierra. Or why can't I save before trying the word? Why?
Oh my goodness.
I guess they really liked this scene. So, they wanted to have people enjoy this scene as much as possible. Hello, how you doing?
Women's lounge?
So, I'll skip through the dialogue again. Doing alright. Tiny bit annoyed with not being able to save
You don't really.
at this part of the story, since I'll most likely die again. So. So, what's a room you leave but never enter? I mean, I guess they might go for womb when it comes to birth. I don't know.
That's correct.
All right.
Now, the second riddle. What is the room you enter without leaving?
Okay. Tomb. T-O-M-B.
Very impressive.
I did it.
You are the first person who ever answered that riddle correctly. The wise Amon-Ra apparently wants us to spare your life. Will you swear to keep our location a secret?
Sure.
Of course.
Then you may leave. May the great Amon-Ra guide your footsteps.
Thank you. Now I just have to outrun the person who's been chasing me.
Who is chasing you? Do you think they'll find their way in here?
Thanks for the bits.
I'm not sure who it is, but I believe it's the same person who stole the Dagger of Amon-Ra from its display case. And I'm sure they'll find their way in here.
If that is true, they will not leave this room alive. I suggest you leave through our secret escape route behind the altar. Go now, and remember your promise.
Who's that?
There's an unconscious man in the coal bin. Although the coal has dirtied his face and hair, it looks suspiciously like Steve.
Why is he in here? What's he doing in here? The answer to what's a room you leave but never enter was womb, and the answer to what's a room you enter but never leave was tomb. So, there. Anyways.
There's an unconscious man in the coal bin.
Can I get him out of the coal bin?
Steve, being the large, unconscious type stevedore he is immovable in his current unconscious state, and he's got coal all over his body.
I've got smelling salts.
While this is...
No? Really now?
While this... While...
Oh.
It's too heavy. You don't have room for it in your purse. It's not yours. You can't do anything with the shovel. You have more important things.
Oh, there's a shovel over here.
This isn't a good shovel to use. Try the other one.
No, I can't.
Steve, being the large...
What?
Steve.
Okay, I uncovered his face, I think. There. Is he... Alright, he's back. Can I talk to him? What happened to his... What? Is he okay?
Well-timed silence.
Hello?
It is better...
Can I wake him up again? Here you go. That's your other shoe?
While this is...
Do you want this shoe instead? I'm pretty sure it's not going to be any more comfortable. Does he need a band-aid or something?
It appears to be a tall Caucasian male.
Yes, great, thanks.
Steve appears to be in great pain.
You don't say.
Steve...
Can I talk to him?
It is...
Can I scream at him?
There was silence.
No.
Don't touch it. Don't...
What?
The stone resists your best efforts to move it. This may be too big a job for one person.
Okay. So, what about this grate?
The grate over the drain appears dry and dusty under the magnifying glass.
Alright.
Though you'd hope to see some evidence of foul play, there's no indication that the maintenance store has been used for anything other than the usual purposes. This door is locked, and you don't have the proper key.
Fine. What if I walk back? I can't. Alright. So, does he want grapes? No. How about some cheese? No? He doesn't want any cheese. Something stuck in his foot?
It appears to be... Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
Anything in there? Fire. I found fire. Does anyone need some fire? You can't stand the heat. Stay out of the furnace. Yeah, anyone need any fire?
The grate covering the drain is firmly bolted in place. Fortunately, there's nothing in the drain you require, and it's far too narrow for a human to enter. You have more pressing matters to worry about than the quantity of ashes in the furnace.
Well, I disagree.
It's probably too hot to... Acting purely out of self-preservation, the animated on-screen character refuses to touch the hot surface of the furnace.
Well, that was interesting. Nice one. So...
Don't touch it. Don't...
Really? Are they not gonna work?
While this is...
Do I have the item I need here, or am I stuck again? Well, I tried to give him his shoe back. Didn't work. I'm pretty sure this thing opens, but you need 2 people to move it. So that's the way to go, apparently.
It's slippery, dark, filthy, and too steeply angled for anybody to climb up inside.
I'm guessing his ankle might be broken if he came through that thing, which he might have. So... Yes, just get up.
Feels like a...
Can I lasso him?
While this...
No. What if I stab him? Does that help? I guess not. But yes, I do want to... Too late to save. So I missed something. Alright. Well, I already tried he doesn't want the heal. So, am I missing something? I'm guessing I'm missing something, right? Because no progress being made. Okay. But where do I need to load to? Right. How about this? What point? What? What? I mean, yes, that is the number of this save. But... okay. Fine. I'll load this one. Fine, so I need to put the shoe on his foot. Is that it? Fine, I need to uncover his face? No, this was... that is... number 69. This is number 70. Yes.
Steve being...
well, there's always a delay between stream and chat.
While
Okay.
there's an unconscious man in the coal bin.
So...
It appears to be a...
what do I do about his foot?
While this...
does he want the
feels
heel
like
after
leather.
all? I mean, it doesn't fit with his other shoe, and it's probably the wrong size. Snake oil?
While the...
No.
While this... While this...
Do I just put cheese on his foot so it smells like cheese? No. Do I remove his
Steve
other
in the
boot? No. Yes, I have the boot. It's right here.
While...
I can't use it on him. I've been trying. The game doesn't want me to. So. Yeah.
While...
I've been trying.
While...
Yes, it's an interesting approach to put the shoe on a foot. Yes, but, like...
While...
no, it's not.
It's too heavy. You don't have room for it in your purse. It's not yours. Steve being the... Steve...
I'm just annoyed with the game. Can confirm the first game was better. Pretty sure I'm towards the end. This level of annoyance is not what I signed up for. Yes, I have reloaded that save.
While...
Then what? Yeah, sure, maybe he wants to put on the shoe, but I can't talk to him. I can't get him out of there.
Well-timed silence hath...
Am I supposed to put the shoe
While this-
down on the
while-
floor so he
while-
steps into it?
While this is...
Well, I tried. That's... Oh, fine, I need to give him the shoe in the couple of seconds before he gets up. Fine. There you go. Shoe.
Oh, my
Okay.
head.
So
What
he just
happened?
dies if he stands up without a shoe.
Yes, Steve. I was so worried about you. Are you all right?
Well,
I think so. I remember hearing somebody coming up behind me, and as I turned around, somebody slugged me. Cripes, my head hurts.
They must have dumped you down the coal chute. Let me see where you were hit.
I'm alright, I'm alright.
pretty sure his ankle is broken considering he fell
Honestly,
over when he
you
tried
have
to
be
use
such
it last time, but
priorities. Do you think you can walk?
whatever.
We have to get out of here. Somebody's been murdering everybody in this museum, and whoever it is after me.
I can make it. I'm with you. Where do we go?
Good question.
That way. Not sure why he can walk now, considering he fell over and died last time. And yes, I'm going to continue to be salty about that. Well, I have a lantern. Can I use that? Is that an option now? Or do they have to crawl around in the dark? Oh, snakes. Of course. Wait, so I still have snake oil? How? She said it was empty. I can't save.
How
Again.
strange. Hieroglyphs are carved into the wall. You get the feeling that this is not just another air shaft.
Can I read them?
The hieroglyphs are deeply...
I'm not gonna try and translate all of those. Rats.
You
Okay.
hear the sound of gunfire from the direction of the furnace room.
Sounds like someone's chasing us, Laura.
Okay. Cheese.
While this is...
There.
The rats devour the cheese in a split second. It only made them hungrier.
Dang it. Alright. That makes perfect sense. Okay.
Yeah, they are good.
There. And save. This game. I don't know. Guessing possibly grapes? No clue. Smelling salts? I mean, why didn't the snakes eat the rats? The snakes went that way. And they didn't eat any of the rats. How does that make sense?
There seems to be snake.
I'll try and translate at least one of the words. I can't save here. So, that's B A Y Bay S I E or I don't know. Whatever. Yes, maybe.
You hear the sound of gunfire from the direction of the furnace room.
Sounds like someone's chasing us, Laura.
It's fine. Grapes.
While this is...
No.
While this is... The surface... While this... While this...
How do I poison the cheese?
While this...
Because I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing. But you never know with these games. What if I just throw it back here?
While this is...
No.
While this... While this... While... 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 While this... While... 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 While this... While... While this... While... Don't squeeze the grapes.
Yes. Yes.
While this...
Do I just throw the bone?
While this...
No. A shoe?
While...
Throw the light at them?
While
Nope. Nope. They're dead. It's fine. Those snakes are useless. Or did the rats eat the snakes too? And, like, I don't think snakes hunt in packs. But maybe that's just me. They'd probably be busy eating each other. Can I just...
Laura, can we talk
No.
about that?
No. No, I want to have a
Let's
chat
get out of
now.
this place. My skin is crawling.
You hear the sound of...
Sounds like someone...
Well, the thing is, if I do anything up here... Well... Actually, what is that?
The doorway is dark.
It's a door.
But you can see a faint glow coming from somewhere within.
What if I just leave? No. Would have been interesting if that was the solution. Go towards the gunshots, not away from them. Can I stab them?
While this is... While...
No. What if I throw the cheese into the hole before climbing in there?
While this is...
No. Because that might lure the rats down to be eaten by the snakes, or the other way around. I mean, I still don't trust him, so there's that. What if I throw the cheese at the snakes? No. What if I combine these? No.
The cheese is firm as if it's been... The bottle feels...
So, there? What if I go back now? Because... Nice walk. Apparently I can't leave as soon as I've entered this place. Alright. Fine. Steve?
While this is...
No.
While
she doesn't want the cheese either. Can I put cheese on the walls? Or... No.
While this...
Yeah, I guess so. What if I just...
hear the sound of...
Sounds like some...
Extinguish the light. Is that an option? No. Alright.
While this is an...
I think I might need a hint. Cheese and grapes?
While this is...
I mean, it is a popular combination, right?
Feels like...
Cheese on a stick?
While this...
Cheese on a stick would have been a great solution, though. Fine. So. Well. What was the guess? Was the guess just throw the rats out the door? Or the window? What if I try and pet the
You
rats?
consider grabbing one of the rats, but then you remember that wild rats can carry the plague. You're in enough trouble as it is.
Really? I don't want to pick up the rats.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Oh. Okay. So, I shouldn't save in this passageway anyways. Okay. So, attach the cheese to the eating thingy?
The cheese is... The cheese... While this... While... A bare bulb casts a thin glow...
Ah, that's a light bulb. Okay.
While this...
Well, if I remember correctly, if I open this thing, fire happens. So, yeah, that's not it. So, do I need the light bulb to heat it up? Or do I need to turn this thing down somehow? I guess I can't. Wait. Oh, that worked.
It's too heavy.
I'd love to talk. Let's
There's a large pile of bituminous coal in the coal bin, used to keep the furnace stoked. The musty scent of the coal reminds you of the cellar in your father's house, where you used to play while your father worked on his pet projects. But you digress.
So I put the cheese in the coal, I think. Is that it? I mean, now I don't have the cheese anymore. Maybe the problem was having the cheese. Not sure why they'd be adding more coal to the oven while there's shots down there.
You hear the sound of gunfire from the direct...
Sounds like someone...
Yes. So just walk past them? No. That didn't work. Alright. Hello, how you doing? I'm rather annoyed with this game by now. So. Cheese in the coal?
While this is an... While this...
I think that's what I did last time.
Thanks,
Wasn't it?
Laura, I'm starved.
He ate it. Alright. Dude. Why? Why did you eat the cheese? Well, I was asking for a hint. Like, back 5 minutes ago. Before I tried to use the cheese to, like, heat it up.
While this
I don't think I can throw him anywhere. He seems a bit too heavy for her.
While this is an interesting approach, it serves.
Oh, I tried that. Oh, do I just throw the cheese down the passageway? Yeah, I already tried that. That's the thing. I tried to throw it past the rats, but I guess I might have to throw it back.
You hear the
Sounds like some...
So... that way?
While this is... While...
No. No, that's throwing it towards
rats
them.
devour the cheese.
No. Alright, redoing it. Could we have a show of hands of who actually managed to get past the rats without looking up what to do? Because, well... I already tried to throw it past the rats. Okay. On the screen with the rats.
You hear the sound of gunfire from the direction of the furnace room.
Sound...
I can't throw it that way. And now Steve ate it again. Steve. Steve. Well, then that's not the opposite direction of the rats. Opposite would be the way they're facing, which is... well, whatever. This game. That's throwing it past the rats, I'd say. But... Whatever. It's a door, not a window. Well. I'm glad I get to play more of this game tomorrow if I'm trying to finish this. And actually get the proper ending. I mean, at this rate, I might not want to do that because... this game. If I get eaten by those rats one more time, like... At this point, I feel like
Sounds like someone...
saving this game onto CD-ROM and then like, burning that CD-ROM in an actual campfire. Because, well... Fine. There. Have your cheese. I just need revenge.
You watch in relief as the
'Cause-
last of the rat scurries away.
Wow.
You faintly hear soft plops like bread dough hitting the floor coming from the doorway.
Because I did try that. I tried to throw it up here. And I'm dead. Probably. Well, at least I didn't get eaten by rats. Okay then. Try number 556. How will I die this time? I can't save in here. I'll try and save after dealing with the rats. But I literally can't save in
You
here.
hear the sound of
Sounds like someone's...
Which is another part of the game that I really appreciate.
You watch in relief as the last of the rats scurries out of sight. You can
'Kay.
barely smell an unpleasant odor, like burning hair.
So that's the furnace door,
The doorway is dark, but you can...
and that's the
doorway is
non-furnace
dark and
door? Okay. Makes sense. So, furnace, not furnace. Hopefully. Right? Right. Why is there a random furnace here? Okay. Sure. Can I... Steve? Move. Yes, dinosaurs. We're in a museum. Okay, great. Fine. Pressing the button then. There. Alright. And it's... a mystery. Alright. The coroner's inquest.
An impressive showing for your first day on the job.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for coming to this inquest, Miss Bow. As the coroner on this case, I'm going to informally question you and study the evidence you've collected. If you assist me in developing a case, the perpetrators will be tried in the formal court of law. We're primarily concerned with the museum murders, but we're also interested in the theft of the Dagger of Amon and other matters that may have a bearing on this case. My examination of the corpses has been fruitful, but I need more evidence to build a case. Any information you can give us would help, but you must justify your conclusions with the evidence you've acquired. False accusations and unsupported conclusions will not be tolerated. Although I don't wish to pressure you, your employer is also here to judge your performance on this investigation. Since this is an informal proceeding, I've allowed
Sure,
it on
very
the basis that
informal.
the newspaper will cooperate with our wishes. Now, to the questions. Who murdered Dr. Pippin Carter?
I don't even get to save. Alright. Who murdered Pippin? Smith? Motive? Revenge?
Who murdered Lawrence Ziggy Ziegfeld?
Really now? Okay. I think that was Ernie? To cover a crime? Possibly? Or to protect a loved one? Let's say to protect a
Who
loved
murdered
one.
Ernie Leach?
I don't know. Wait. Who's that? Wait, his name is Lawrence? What? And that's not German. Like, if this was an S, maybe, but not with a Z. What's going on here? The game just minimized for some reason. Who is it then? I'm very annoyed with this game, so... Who is this person? I don't remember them. Oh, fine. Alright. It's fine. So... I don't think it was a complete accident, because he wouldn't have ended up where he was if it were an accident. So... Okay. Alright. That makes perfect sense. Thanks, Sierra. Such a great hint. Okay then. So I guess the detective? To cover another crime?
Who murdered Yvette Delacroix?
I don't have a clue. Probably him too. Out of jealousy.
Who murdered Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton?
The snake. O'Reilly. I don't know. Don't know. Fear?
Who is the skeleton found in the steamer trunk?
Well, that was Archibald.
Who murdered Dr. Archibald Carrington?
The actual one? That would be the Countess?
Who impersonated Dr. Archibald Carrington?
Well, I guess that guy.
Who murdered Watney Little?
Well, I don't know. What doesn't say no spoilers? Because I'm pretty sure it's in my tags on the stream. So. Well, on my end, the tags show up as English, Retro, No Spoilers, First Playthrough, Arcade. And Arcade is through the Retro tag. Well, the Retro game category. Whatever. Anyways. Who could have murdered him? I don't know. Was it the Countess? Why would she murder both of them? That would be really weird. I'll blame it on her anyways, whatever. Motive... financial gain.
Who actually stole the Dagger of Amon Ra from the Ancient Egypt exhibit?
How should I know? Ernie?
Who was the woman involved in stealing paintings from the Old Master's gallery?
Stealing paintings from the gallery. I think someone said that someone else was walking around the gallery at night. Was it Yvette? I don't know. Whatever. I don't care at this point. So, Yvette?
Based on our own investigation, your conclusion is incorrect, Miss Bow. 2 of the men who were murdered were involved with one of the female victims in a plan to steal the paintings. We have a report on that woman telling us she appeared at an appointment in the medieval armor exhibit sometime after the party. She was unaware that her partner in crime was dead at that point, and she was seen carrying paintings. If she'd been confronted at that time with evidence that her partner was dead, she might well have confessed to her crime. Who is the high priest of the Amon-Ra sun worshippers?
I guess that would be him?
That's correct, Miss Bow. You're very
Okay.
observant. Which museum employee runs a fencing operation as a sideline business?
Well, used to.
That assumption is correct. Mr. Leach was moonlighting with his own business as a fence installer. In fact, he put up a very nice fence around my house.
Uh-huh.
Miss Bow, please remember in the future that you're a reporter, not a detective. By interfering at crime scenes, you make it much more difficult for the police to do their jobs. Not only are your conclusions based on unfounded guesswork, you don't even have any evidence to back them up. By your presence at the murder scenes and your destruction of evidence, I'm tempted to conclude that you were the murderer. You neglected to thoroughly question all the suspects, and you missed important evidence at the crime scenes. Although you discovered the Dagger of Amon-Ra, you have not arrived at conclusions about the theft that make any sense to me. I believe the theft involved 2 people, one of whom must have been on the museum staff. Because of you, a murderer is running loose in this city, free to kill again. I hope you're proud of yourself, Miss Bow.
Okay then.
Since his skeleton was so nicely cleaned by the domestic beetles, Dr. Carrington's bones will soon be hanging on display in the
Lovely.
Lion-Decker Museum. Yvette Delacroix died plastered. Her remarkably lifelike statue now lives on in the Old Masters Gallery of the Lion-Decker Museum. Her memory lives on in the minds of all she touched. Her sculpture is attributed to artist unknown.
I destroyed part of that sculpture.
Dr. Pippin Carter, wherever he is quite displeased.
Whatever.
You did not recover the Dagger of Amon-Ra, nor did you find his murderer.
But I did find his
Therefore,
corpse.
Pippin feels it is only fair that he should haunt you for the rest of your life.
Alright, whatever.
Indirectly, as a result of your total failure, Wolf Heimlich was fired from
That
his
makes
job as
perfect
chief of
sense.
security at the Lion-Decker Museum. 1 year later, still out of work, he committed suicide in military fashion by falling on his sword. Having died in the course of this story, Watney Little's life of crime came to an abrupt end. As he was not a nice man, nobody missed him. After Wolf Heimlich was fired from his job as chief of security, Dr. Olympia Miklos moved to Montana to do full-time field research in paleontology, digging in the rich fossil beds she found there. Her greatest find was the carnivorous Olympiasaurus dinosaur. As fond as he was of the Lion-Decker, Ernie Leach noted in his will that he wanted his body donated to the museum.
Okay.
His body now resides in numerous
Lovely.
small jars of alcohol, which will be placed on display in the new Hall of Internal Biology, adjacent to the Hall of Late Mammals. Since the Dagger of Amon-Ra was not recovered, Dr. Patasha Tut Smith was forced to
It was recovered!
Dagger of Amon-Ra from the Lion-Decker Museum.
I had it in my inventory at the end of the game.
After losing his head in the museum, Ziggy found himself unable to continue his criminal career.
Whatever.
His head has been preserved and is now on display in the life mask exhibit at the Lion-Decker Museum. Ramses Najir continued his successful career as an accountant and as head of the secret Egyptian cult of Amon-Ra.
Uh-huh.
With his strong high society ties, his accounting business made Ramses a millionaire in 15 years. Having died from a snake bite, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton did not live long enough to inherit any money from her last husband, Sterling. Extremely unimpressed by your total failure as a reporter, Sam Augustini fired you. Later that same year, he was mugged with a gift shop duplicate of the Dagger of Amon-Ra and died from his wounds. He blames you for his death. Since you were fired after your total failure at the museum, Crodfuller T. Rhubarb continued the investigation, found the Dagger of Amon-Ra and the murderer, and won a Pulitzer Prize for his excellent work. Henri Lamour, the coroner, continued his successful career studying dead bodies for the next 50 years, finally retiring in 1976 to tour with a rock band, the Ungrateful Dead. Low Fat continued in the laundry business, eventually opening a chain of low-fat Chinese laundries across the country and becoming a millionaire in the process. Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly continued in his job and became a full-time homicide detective. Having amassed a small fortune by being frugal, he retired to Ireland 3 years later. Steve Dorian was quite upset by the unfortunate event that happened to you later that night. Stunned by your total failure and the unfortunate event that occurred to you later that evening, John Bowes spent his remaining years in a New Orleans mental institution.
Later that night?
After you gave it away, the Dagger of Amon-Ra vanished. 20 years later, in 1946, it mysteriously appeared on the doorstep of the Cairo Museum in Egypt. There was human blood on the blade, as if it was some kind of a message.
Oh, and I'm the one who got strangled at the start of the game. Oh. Alright then.
You had your chance and you blew it, Laura.
Fine. Not strangled.
This is what happens
Shot.
to interfering reporters.
It's alright. Wow. It was a fun game at times, but... oh boy, they Sierra'd the end. And of course they're gonna go for that song. You know what? I'm gonna mute my own audio too, because I don't want to hear that song anymore. Alright. Well. Thanks for the bits. I hope the alert is playing properly, because I can't hear it anymore because I muted my entire audio, so... I'm just assuming it is playing properly. Anyways. That sure was a game. They really zeroed that ending. As in, well, they just... ah, fine. Well, sorry you couldn't hear the alert, but I'm pretty sure it's still gonna be that song, isn't it? No, that's fine now. It's not so much that I was just playing for too long, like, it just didn't make much sense. And going for that at the end, no. Honestly, I think that's one of the worst Sierra endings I've played through. And that's saying something. Like, having to go through that list at the end. Yeah, that... no. Especially their justification for that was absolute nonsense. Why would a coroner do that interview? Apparently the coroner is now the leader of that entire investigation. Somehow. Did they even say what Detective O'Reilly ended up doing at the end? Because I'm still pretty sure he was the guy who was after me at the end. Ah, yeah, I guess. So, honestly, I don't want to replay this game. But, like, do I have enough items to, if I just look at the walkthrough and choose the correct options, do I have everything I need? And, like, have I done everything I need to actually get the good ending now? Okay. Fine. Yeah, I'll just use a walkthrough, honestly. And I'll do it today, because I want to be done with this game. So I'll look it up now. There. Found it. So. Fine, so O'Reilly just killed everyone. Alright. Whatever. So, restart the game as soon as it's done syncing. Come on. Fine, I guess. Oh no. Oh, fine, fine, fine. The guy who impersonated Carrington murdered Carrington. Alright. So, back to this lovely act. Totally the best part of the game. Good job, Sierra.
An impressive showing for...
Thank you for...
Oh, dang it, I clicked the wrong thing. Whatever. Let me just restart the entire game again.
Which museum employee runs
Alright.
a fencing operation?
Closing the game. Restarting the game. Because I can't restore there. I can't save there. What were they thinking? They make a decent game and then they just ruin it. Sure. But I mean, that ending...
An impressive...
Thank you. We're in of who?
Alright. So... O'Reilly. Financial
Who
gain.
waited? Lawrence Ziggy Ziegfeld.
O'Reilly. To cover a
Who murdered
crime.
Laney Leach.
O'Reilly. To cover a
Who
crime.
murdered Yvette Delacroix?
O'Reilly. And that was because of
Who
jealousy.
murdered Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton?
That would have been O'Reilly. To cover a
The
crime.
skeleton found in the steamer trunk. Who
Carrington.
murdered Dr. Archibald Carrington? Who
Watney.
impersonated Dr. Archibald Carrington? Who
Watney.
murdered Watney Little?
O'Reilly. To
Who
cover...
actually stole the Dagger of Amon Ra from the Ancient Egypt exhibit?
Watney.
Who manipulated Watney Little into stealing the Dagger of Amon Ra? Who is
O'Reilly.
the woman involved in stealing paintings from the Old Masters Gallery?
The
Based
Countess.
on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who was the man involved in stealing paintings from the Old Masters Gallery?
Watney.
Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who was the middleman who provided forged paintings for the Countess and sold the real ones for her?
Ziggy.
Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who is the high priest of the Amon-Ra sun worshippers?
I think I might already have Still Life. So. Ramses.
Correct, Miss Bow. You're very observant.
And Ernie.
Which museum... That assumption is correct. Mr. Leach was moonlighting with his own business as a fence installer. In fact, he put up a very nice fence around my house.
I have one final piece of evidence to present, Mr. Coroner. I have an eyewitness who would only feel safe to come forth if I established my case against Mr. O'Reilly. Now that I've done so, let me introduce Dr. Patah Shep Tut Smith of the Cairo Museum.
Mr. Smith's testimony is safe with us.
Many thanks. I was in the Egyptian ceremonial room underneath the museum when Detective O'Reilly killed 2 of my fellow sun worshippers.
Okay.
I saw with my own eyes how he gunned them down without mercy when they tried to stop him from chasing Miss Bow. However, we only managed to slow him down. His hood fell back briefly, revealing his evil face to us as he slaughtered our people. That son of a camel should not be allowed to run free upon the sands.
Will you testify in court to what you witnessed, Mr. Smith?
Happily, sir. My dead fellows expect their revenge. Although Amon-Ra will certainly destroy O'Reilly's car when he journeys through the underworld.
I'm not qualified to give my opinion on Mr. O'Reilly's spirit in the next world, Mr. Smith, but I'm sure your testimony will help your dead friends sleep peacefully. Thank you for coming forth. I must admit that I'm impressed by your methods, Miss Bow. Not only have you identified the murderers of those unfortunate individuals, but you have also uncovered the skullduggery involving the Dagger of Amon-Ra. Our case is very strong now and prosecution can begin. The New York Police Department owes you a debt of gratitude for your assistance in apprehending these malefactors. I'm sure that a commendation of valor from the police department is in order.
Sure.
Thank you for your help.
It's all that lousy reporter's fault.
Alright.
Damned interfering Laura Bow. Thinks she can get away with squealing on me, does she? Well, she's got another thing coming. Do you hear me, Laura Bow? You'll pay for this. If it's the last thing I ever do.
Okay then. Well, that never happened. It's okay.
Thank you for waiting, Laura.
I didn't mind, Steve.
Laura,
Yes?
would you mind? I mean, do you suppose... Laura, could you close your eyes? I have something for you.
Oh. I suppose
Why here?
so. Oh, Steve.
What?
Do you like it?
Steve, how could you? How could you have stolen the dagger?
No, it's a replica.
I didn't steal the dagger, Laura. I bought this copy for you at the museum gift shop. I thought you might like a memento of your big night at the Leyendecker Museum.
Oh, thank you, Steve. I'm so embarrassed.
You're beautiful when you blush. Laura,
Yes, Steve?
would you consider joining me for dinner this coming Saturday?
Well, I'm not sure if I don't know if I should really. Yes. Yes, I'd be delighted to join you for dinner.
Thank you, Laura. You've made me very happy.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Laura.
Oh, Steve.
Well. Good thing he didn't die because he wasn't wearing 2 shoes when he got up.
Since his skeleton was so nicely cleaned by the domestic beetles, Dr. Carrington's bones will soon be hanging on display in the Leyendecker Museum. Yvette Delacroix died plastered. Her remarkably lifelike statue now lives on in the Old Masters Gallery of the Leyendecker Museum. Her memory lives on in the minds of all she touched. Her sculpture is attributed to Ryan O'Reilly, 1926. Pleased by your success at finding his Dagger of Amon-Ra and his murderer, Dr. Pippin Carter now rests in peace. Pippin Carter's body was transported to Egypt by his cousin and now occupies a place of archaeological honor in the Temple of Amon-Ra in the Valley of the Kings.
Okay then.
Due to your success
That's really
at
weird.
recovering the Dagger of Amon-Ra and finding the murderer, Wolf Heimlich continued as Chief of Security at the Leyendecker Museum. 2 months later, he was married to Dr. Olympia Miklos.
Sure.
2 years after they were married, Wolf and Olympia had a child they named Morgana Wolf Heimlich.
Alright.
Having died in the course of this story, Watney Little's life of crime came to an abrupt end. As he was not a nice man, nobody missed him. Due to your success at recovering the Dagger of Amon Ra and finding the murderer, Dr. Olympia Miklos married Wolf Heimlich, who continued as chief of security at the Leyendecker Museum. 2 years after they were married, Wolf and Olympia had a child they named Morgana Wolf
Yes, we
Heimlich.
already heard that game.
As fond as he was of the Leyendecker, Ernie Leach noted in his will that he wanted his body donated to the museum. His body now resides in numerous small jars of alcohol, which will be placed on display in the new Hall of Internal Biology, adjacent to the Hall of Late Mammals. Dr. Patar Sheptut Tut Smith finally gave up on getting the Dagger of Amon Ra returned to Egypt. However, once it completed its US and European museum tours, it was returned to the Cairo Museum anyway. So, several years later, Tut died a happy man, even though his death was the result of an Egyptian cobra bite.
Alright then.
After losing his head in the museum, Ziggy found himself unable to continue his criminal career. His head has been preserved and is now on display in the Life Mask exhibit at the Leyendecker Museum. Ramses Najir continued his successful career as an accountant and as head of the secret Egyptian cult of Amon-Ra. With his strong high society ties, his accounting business made Ramses a millionaire in 15 years. Having died from a snake bite, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton did not live long enough to inherit any money from her last husband, Sterling. Thoroughly impressed by your success as a reporter, your editor, Sam Augustini, nominated you for a Pulitzer Prize and was present when you received your citation of valor from the police department. Sam retired 10 years later to become a gentleman cabbage farmer, fulfilling a secret lifelong dream. Pleased at your success, Crodfuller T. Rhubarb was happy to become your assistant at the New York Daily Register News Tribune. Henri Lamour, the coroner, continued his successful career studying dead bodies for the next 50 years, finally retiring in 1976 to tour with a rock band, the Ungrateful Dead. Low Fat continued in the laundry business, eventually opening a chain of low-fat Chinese laundries across the country and becoming a millionaire in the process. Former Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly was sentenced to 60 years in a state penitentiary. Having been a cop, O'Reilly found it hard to make friends in prison. After your successful completion of the museum assignment, you started dating Steve Dorian. Thrilled with your success, John Bow spent the rest of his life telling people what a wonderful daughter you were and how he had taught you everything you knew about criminology. After your recovery of the Dagger of Amon-Ra, it went back on display at the Leyendecker Museum. The large amount of press coverage drew many patrons to the museum to see the dagger. After 2 years on display at the Leyendecker, the Dagger exhibit continued on a tour of museums in the United States, Europe, and finally found its way back to the Cairo Museum in Egypt.
Alright then. Well, we've already seen the credits. So, enough of that. There we go. That was more than enough of this game. And a 7-hour stream. After not getting enough sleep, so yay. I have officially had... Well, I've spent more time streaming than I spent sleeping. Because I'm pretty sure I got like 6 hours of sleep, so... Time well spent. Anyways. I'd say... the game had some fun parts, but the ending very much ruined it for me. So, yeah. That's quite a shame. But it's not the first Sierra game where the ending was a bit of a letdown, to say the least. They seem to have, well, quite the track record of making games that are pretty good, but then just, well, I don't know, trying to like, make the ending as either nonsensical or complicated as possible. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna do an 8-hour stream tomorrow. I'm not saying that other people can't like the game, I just really don't like my experience with it. And, well, you probably know why. But yeah, it wasn't my kind of game. Anyhow, I guess I'll be, no, I'm probably going to head to bed pretty soon, actually, because I feel exhausted. Playing this game for that long, yeah, wouldn't recommend. Especially the ending. Yes, do you guys have any recommendations for who to raid? Otherwise, I'll just choose someone I've already raided in the past. But if you guys know of any streamers I'm not aware of, then let me know. And I generally only raid channels that are currently streaming retro stuff. Yes, Willy Beamish, probably. I already have the game, so might as well. Yeah. Anyways. Let's see. I guess that's a retro game. So, sure. Thanks. But I can't rate myself. So. I guess we're rating GOG? What do you guys think? I mean, I was using GOG to play this, so. Why not? No, I can't raid myself. So, sure, let's raid GOG. I'm sure it makes sense somehow. So, thanks for watching. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, as usual. For those of you who might not know, I stream Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and I usually stream for like 3 hours, not 7. So keep that in mind. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow.